has been in place since 1985. The 844 curriculum is being replaced with a competency-based curriculum. Candidates yesterday did their final preparations ahead of the exams that begin this morning. The Kenya National Examination Council said all the exam materials and personnel, including supervisors, invigilators and security officers, have been dispatched. The second cohort of candidates will also be writing the Kenya Primary School Education Assessment (KPSEA) under the CBC from this morning. Cabinet secretaries led by Education's Ezekiel Machogu, principal secretaries, NEC and TSC officials will be deployed across the country to witness the opening of the exam containers. Newswire wishes all the candidates the very best as they write their exams this morning. Now, President William Ruto says he has secured more job opportunities for Kenyans in Saudi Arabia during his recent trip to the Middle Eastern country. During a church service in Eldoret, Ruto said Saudi Arabia has 350,000 opportunities open, preferably to Kenyans because Kenyans are the most hardworking of all the migrant workers. Ruto further revealed that he will be going back to Riyadh in the next 3 weeks to unlock more investment and employment opportunities. Ruto hit back at critics of his numerous foreign trips, saying he is the country's chief ambassador and that his trips are for the benefit of Kenyans. And Kwale Governor Fatuma Achani and her predecessor Salim Vuria are on the spot of a stalled project worth in excess of 580 million shillings. The county government is battling at least 52 cases in court, most of them filed by contractors. The revelations emerged during the grilling of Achani by a Senate watchdog committee last week. The County Public Accounts Committee, chaired by Homa Bay Senator Moses Kajwang, questioned the suspicious termination of contracts for the projects. This even after the county spent millions in the said projects. And Jubilee Party leaders in Mombasa faulted Governor Abdul Samad Sharif Nasir, accusing him of sidelining Jubilee members in county appointments. The leaders are now demanding that Nasir should honour his promises made to Jubilee during last year's Mombasa gubernatorial race. They said Jubilee members voted overwhelmingly for Nasir as their Azimio la Umoja coalition candidate, contributing to Nasir's definite victory against other opponents. Barakis said that it is paramount for leaders under the Azimio coalition to understand that in any development conducted by Azimio governments, Jubilee is also an important stakeholder, and as such they should not be sidelined the way they are currently feeling under Governor Nasir's administration. Now, more than 4,900 Gishu County employees will benefit from better terms and conditions of service to motivate them for improved services delivery to residents. County Executive for Public Service Management Elijah Kosgei said the county will ensure delayed promotions for the employees are implemented as soon as possible. He said Governor Jonathan B is committed to working with the employees to help him deliver on his Nguzo Kumi, that is the 10-point development agenda for the county. Kosgei revealed this during a conversation where he also had set aside money to implement the delayed promotion. And 7 young women, some of whom are believed to be university students, were detained by police officers in Kakamega after they were allegedly found engaging in explicit content production within an apartment building in Muyala Ward, Sheiwe sub-county of Kakamega. According to reports, the suspects, including a Ugandan national, led lives that appeared to be a stark contrast between their public lives and alleged involvement in the production of explicit content, allowing them to maintain lavish lifestyle hidden from prying eyes of their neighbors. Residents of Muyala expressed their displeasure with the incident, citing its negative impact on children. And a group of 7 industrial powers called for the immediate repeal of imports curbs on Japanese food products, a reference to China's restrictions after Japan began releasing wastewater from the Fukushima nuclear power plant. The G7 trade ministries, in a statement over the weekend meeting in Osaka, did not mention China, but they also denounced what they consider its rising economic coercion through trade. China slapped a blanket suspension of Japanese fish imports 2 months ago when Japan started the release of treated radioactive water from the wrecked Fukushima plant into the Pacific. While Japan and the US have called the curbs unfair, Russia announced a similar restriction earlier this month. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Na hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside.
Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
All right.
Okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No. It's about shipping up. You know my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the ship in the bathtub? Or
the ship man.
Emmanuel Talabu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they've been told to write composition about a ship. His classmate raises a hand. Teacher, are you talking about a ship or a ship goat?
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Three, two.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Heri Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalimia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu. Asante sana.
Garissa, today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
The baridi ni degree ngapi hapo?
Hata sijui lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot? Iscariot.
Yes.
Is the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ when he slapped.
Good morning. It's Monday and after the rain comes the sunshine, isn't it? Well, not much happening on these streets this morning, at least not for now. We're looking at Landis Road starting to pack up as you get towards the Kamkunji roundabout. Coming off of Jogo Road, looks like it'll be all right, but we're already seeing movement on the Thika Superhighway. Yes, we know schools are closed, and a little bit of traffic is probably what we'll see as we get into the week. And we'll keep an eye on things. Thanks for being here, letting us know what's going on where you are, so that we can keep things moving this morning. Let's talk on SpiceFM, KE on X.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
How are you doing? Welcome to Monday. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. This is the Situation Room. Hope you had a lovely weekend, and thank you very much for choosing to join us today, this Monday, for a brand new week. Habari yako, Madam Ndu Okoh?
Habari yangu iko salama kabisa leo asubuhi.
Very good. How was your weekend?
It was all right. It was a sporting weekend. Yep.
So you want to start with Saturday?
I started with Saturday night watching the Rugby World Cup final between New Zealand and South Africa. It was a fantastic one to watch. And you know, the Springboks are top of the world. Again. It was a tight match, but it was, you know, exhilarating. So that was Saturday night. And then, of course, the Standard Chartered Marathon was on Sunday morning. So that was good. And then the Manchester Derby took place, where Manchester United came under the prowess of the great Manchester City. So it was great. So it was a sporting weekend, and I enjoyed it thoroughly.
So Manchester United pushed back against Man City and only conceded 3 goals.
Man City, can we give credit where it's due? Manchester United.
They only conceded 3 goals. That was really, they really tried.
Man City did play fantastic football yesterday. Haaland was top form last night. He played a very good match. Onana played for his team, but the boys let him down, unfortunately.
Onana is actually rising to the occasion. Last 2 games,
he's been doing some fantastic
Onana has done Onana.
Onana. Yes, he has.
That's good.
Cameroonian boy is doing well.
That's very good. Well, poleni sana Manu, msijali, hiyo ni hali ya maisha. Even though kuenda, when a small team meets a big team, such kind of things happen.
He's bidding Pole to the Manchester United and their fans.
That's what happens. Yeah, you lose 3-0.
I don't know why you're focusing on the Man U loss. Can we focus on the Manchester City win?
But Manchester City is not a
But that's what we are focusing on.
I know what you're doing.
There's no win without a loss, isn't there?
We are basically acknowledging that Man U met a big team.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I will not comment.
That's being very positive of Man City.
I am not a very avid soccer follower.
But you didn't watch the rugby Saturday night,
I did not. I was otherwise engaged. Yes.
Otherwise, how else were you engaged, City?
I had some assignments I need to finish. And so I realized if I start watching the game, I will not finish.
You will not finish the assignment.
And I needed to finish the assignments.
Yeah. Yes. And it's important to finish assignments.
But then I also knew that I'll be able to watch the game later.
Yeah.
when I already know the outcome.
Now you've just been watching to see.
So this is what happened. Wangefunga hapa.
Yeah, this is why you did.
This is why you lost. This yes.
Yeah, surely.
I'm in some WhatsApp groups. People were waiting for this game.
Which one?
South Africa, New Zealand.
It was the one.
It was the one. Yes. So those who were disappointed were disappointed. Those who were happy. I'll find time in the course of the week to watch the match.
You should. I think it was such a good match that even if you watch it after the fact, you'll still enjoy it, even when you know what the scores were.
A cliffhanger.
Absolutely. It was really teeth clenching is what it was.
Very nice. Teeth, right?
Teeth.
Yeah. Okay. People don't clench their teeth when they're watching matches.
They actually do.
They clench other things.
I'll take your word for it.
All right, let me tell you what we'll be discussing today. Welcome to the show, everybody. At 7 a.m., let's talk about what's happening in Meru County. All right, so we know that the county assembly of Meru has voted last week to impeach their governor for the second time. The matter is expected to come back to the Senate now, again, in the coming days. The majority whip in the County Assembly of Meru, Jim Mushui, joins us at 7 a.m. to talk about what exactly is going on in this county. Munataka nini? Tell us what's going on. And then at 8 o'clock, let's talk about the politics of the country and what's going on in terms of governance and all. So you saw the headline on the Standard. Was it on Friday or Thursday? A flying president.
Yes. It was on Thursday.
It was on Thursday. A flying president, and it just got its own legs on social media. People said the F is silent and all this and the other.
Ooh,
you know.
Get it, CT.
You know. People saying, putting up at the State House has been put up on Airbnb because it can earn us some cash because, you know,
there's no one in it.
The resident is not in, and so on and so forth. The president yesterday responded to this and said, you know what, I'm actually working even when I'm traveling out there. That is part of my job.
I'm doing it for you.
I'm doing it for you. We've seen very many comments here and there, you know, about the country. Kenyans are being unfairly critical of the government. We want to ask that question. And we'll be joined by Peter Mushendo, who is a political commentator and analyst. He'll be here with us at 8 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, we'll be joined by Dr. Agata. City, who is Dr. Agata?
Well, actually, Dr. Agata will not be coming this morning. Yes, something came up at the last moment. And he will not be able to come. Yes, but since you ask, he's one of the most accomplished medical practitioners we have in the country. This is a man who served on the board of management of the Kenya Medical Research Institute. He works for WHO. WHO is not WHO, it is World Health Organization. That's who he worked for.
He works for who?
He worked for them. And clever person. So, yes, we will have to wait for yet another day. But today, the good doctor will not be able to join us.
Sawa.
Yes.
Lisa, sawa.
How are you this morning?
I'm fine.
Did you have a good weekend?
Yes, I did.
I feel it was quite insensitive that I didn't ask you how you're doing. So I'm feeling a little bit, certain type of way about that. So
Shame
I
on
just need
you.
to clear that up before we move further.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I had a
fantastic.
good weekend, thank you.
Good. Is it dark in here or is it me?
It is. Slightly. 19 minutes after 6. If you're online, let's know where you're tuned in from, and we will be acknowledging your presence shortly. Let's take a look at the weather forecasts.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning at 16 with highs of 25. We'll see lows of 15. Nakuru will be clear, and it is at 14, highs of 25 and lows of 14. And it's cloudy in Nyeri at 16 with highs of 25. We'll see lows of 16. We're looking into a cloudy Eldoret at 12 with highs of 24. We'll see lows of 12 today. And Mombasa is mostly cloudy at 24, highs of 30 and lows of 24. Malindi cloudy at 26. We'll see highs of 31 and lows of 25. We're looking into a mostly clear Kisumu at 19 with highs of 29 and lows of 19. And Kakamega is clear at 17 with highs of 28. We'll see lows of 15. Looking into a rainy Kampala this morning at 18 with highs of 29. We'll see lows of 18. Looking out into Addis Ababa, 13 degrees and mostly cloudy, highs of 20. And Mogadishu is already sunny at 24 with highs of 31 and lows of 24. Dar es Salaam is cloudy at 25 with highs of 30 and lows of 24. And we're looking into a cloudy Johannesburg at 4 degrees with highs of 9. Lagos is cloudy at 26 with highs of 32 and lows of 26. It's a hazy Monday afternoon in Beijing at 20. Highs of 23 and lows of 11. Paris is cloudy at 11 with highs of 14 and lows of 9. And we're looking at a mostly cloudy London at 11 with highs of 15 and lows of 8. It's 12 degrees and cloudy New York Sunday night. Coming into Monday, we'll see highs of 14 and lows of 12.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning, everybody. Pope says, I am the first this morning. Yes, you are. Good morning and welcome. Good morning, good people. This is the day the Lord has made, says the 2000. Yes, it is. Are we safe if bandits can kill even when the military is around? That is a good question. Agri Momani, the creativity out here, you're the bodmas of my eyes. When you touch my heart, you become my syllabus. I am mathematically calculated. Please look for this and play it for Ndu on my behalf. What are those?
It's a song like that.
Apparently. Okay. Good morning, Ndu, CT, and Eric. Kitangela Tukondani. Good morning, my people. Greetings from the beautiful hills of Saboti, says Anne Gore. Good morning to you, Anne. Evans Nyangano says, good morning, Spice. Tuned in from Rangao in Kajiado County. How was the marathon? It was fantastic. Mabio Panchol says, good morning, tuning from Saskatchewan in Canada. Isaac Babji says, good morning, Eric CT Ndu. Mumbi, good morning to you. Greetings from Port Florence. Jennifer Etenyi says, good morning, my favorite presenters. Good morning to you, Jennifer. Evans and Tabo, good morning and happy Monday. Happy Monday. Good morning, the big three. Octavius Cargo says, good morning. And all the way from New Delhi Airport. Now, are you at the airport because you're traveling somewhere? Do you work at the airport? Do you live near the airport? What's up with that, Emmanuel? Good morning to you. Good morning, Team Spice. I wish you all a lovely week indeed as we look forward to Asher in November this week. Have a blessed week. What are those again?
To usher in November.
Oh, looking forward to Usher in November. Oh, okay. It's spelled Asher with a capital A, so I just assumed it was a name. Like my son. Okay, good morning, Eric, Ndu and CT. We need someone to break down the changes in school fees. I agree with you 100% because the nonsense that's going on right now just needs to be really figured out. That's a good conversation to have this week. James Sekento says, tuning in from Kirarapon, wishing all candidates success in their exams. Yes, we do. Kickoff is about 2 hours from now. Assalamu alaikum, my good people. Alaikum salam, Sophia. Good morning to you. Tuned in from Nakuru, that's where Sam Otoigo is. Kenneth Bushnell Otado says, good morning, Wadao. Tuned in from Fangano Island. CT. Good morning, CT, Latiff, and Princess Ndu. Well, good morning to you too. If anyone is a Man U supporter, please accept my condolences. Yeah, they've accepted. Zeke says, good morning, people. I wish all candidates good luck, include my nephew, Jason. Yes, Jason to you and everybody else who sits this morning. KEPSEA and KCPE take place today. Good morning from Mombasa. Good morning from the Bay Area in California. Sister Wairimo, I want to know what N stands for. Tell us. Good morning from Houston. I recently came across a Juha Kalulu comic in the library. CT, do you remember this hilarious cartoonist?
Which one?
Juha Kalulu.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah?
Juha Kalulu was in Taifa Leo.
He was?
Yes.
Okay.
Brother's still there, but he was in Taifa Leo.
Juha Kalulu.
Teresia Maveka, good morning, Justice, says, good morning. Hamjambo City Nduna Eric. We are approaching November, the National Child Justice Month. Yes, Sikunjema to you too. Good morning, tuning from Thoma and Garden Estate. That's Jacob, that's June rather. Jacob says good morning as well. Alex is tuned in from Tororo in Uganda. And he says you cannot wait for a proverb from City, the man himself. Royal Karaoke says, good morning from Ontario. Dr. Venvik is tuning from Tudor in Mombasa. Cologne, Germany is where Amos Amolo is. And Lucille is locked. Alex says, good morning to the big three. And from your favorite state in the USCT, Pennsylvania, Peter Katam says, good morning, folks, and have a fantastic week. Good morning, everybody. We can't get to all of you. We see you. You're on Facebook. You're on Twitter. You're on X. You're on YouTube. Everybody, good morning. And by the way, Eddie Odor, wherever you've hidden yourself in Koru, Anne has decided she's going to take over your duties because, cannot be found. So thanks for doing that. Karibu sana.
Everybody, welcome. City? Mm-hmm. Where do we go to this week?
We're in Burundi.
Burundi.
Yes, Isiko, Burundi.
Mm-hmm.
Right. If you are dancing with your rivals, don't close your eyes.
If you're dancing with your rivals, don't close your eyes.
So, if you're dancing with your friend, do you close your eyes and save in the moment?
Your eyes. We can feel safe.
Rival, not enemy.
Rival, not enemy. Voila. Okay.
Okay. Why rival?
Well, someone with whom you're competing, so it says. See? You need to be alert.
Yeah.
And keeping one eye open.
Camacho.
Yes, that's generally what's being said.
Okay. Let's look at the headlines.
Let's do it. On the front page of the Standard this morning, the king is ruling a troubled kingdom. Is what the Standard says. King Charles III flies into the country tomorrow and is expected to attend to several functions in his 4-day visit. However, the challenges in the Commonwealth and the need for a charm offensive to bring the union together are at the heart of the visit. There are some questions and there's an agenda from the people. Number one, locals eager to learn what the king has in store for them as per Ulileta Nini. Okay. Will the monarch apologize for colonial...
Wait, which locals?
Locals, Kenyans.
Are eager to learn what the king has in store for them.
According to the Standard. Imagine.
Okay. Trendele?
Will the monarch apologize for colonial atrocities? And number 3, will the reparations for sins committed in the name... Will there be rather reparations for sins committed in the name of the British monarch? Okay? Remember, the monarchy is an institution. Individuals have passed through this institution, but the position bears a responsibility. And so will the one who sits in that position right now then take on this apologetic stance? Bas.
Kwisha. Basi.
KRA gets a court nod on new stamps. We'll look into that. Ruto says, you see this traveling that I'm doing? It's not for me.
It's for you.
It's for you. So, it's really for you. Like he went to Congo the other day and said, by December 31st, all Africans, all of us, to be truly Pan-African and to truly take into consideration...
Enter Kenya freely.
Come to Kenya for free. No, not even free. No visa. Just come. What is it? Visa just restricting people? Are we not all Africans?
Good move,
It's a very good move. I think that, Colonel Muammar Gaddafi, may God rest his soul, right now is saying, this is what I'm talking about. The end of an era is what's on the front page of The Nation. Today marks a watershed moment in the history of education in Kenya. The 39th and last group of learners to spend 8 years in primary school is writing their KCPE exams, a key plank of the 844 system of education. And as the country marks a changeover into the CBC school system, Kenyans look back at a system that had both its critics and supporters. Indeed, the big day. And, they carry a lot of that on their shoulders. Now, a tragic excursion that claimed the lives of 5 candidates. That's a sad story, unfortunately. We'll look into that later. Again, my trips are for your own good. It's not about me. It's about you. Yes, the South Africans united in victory. That's very interesting that we saw South African Springbok captain Siya Kilosi say, you know what? We're doing this to unite Africa. And we've gone and we've done it, and we hope that we can bring together the continent with all our wahala. This thing will show that we can actually be on top of the world, and they are on top of the world.
Very good. I tell you about the Business Daily.
Please do.
The headline on the Business Daily today, Gashagua's allocation beats Ruto's in 187 billion shilling mini budget. So, excuse me.
Sorry.
A supplementary budget has been taken to Parliament. Okay? Supplementary budget one. See we in November, in next week. Supplementary budget time. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua and his wife are some of the biggest beneficiaries of the 187 billion shilling mini budget tabled in Parliament last week, with allocations to their offices for the first time overtaking those of the President and the First Lady. The Treasury has increased the budget of the Deputy President's office by 759.4 million shillings to 4.29 billion shilling, making it the single biggest spender in the presidency. That's nearly 300 million shillings more than the 4 billion shillings allocated to the Executive Office of the President. Allah! The allocation to Musalia Mudavadi's office is unchanged at 1.19 billion shillings in the supplementary budget. Higher. Austerity measures, those are austerity measures. Sawa.
Okay.
Higher.
Those are austerity measures.
Those are austerity measures. Yes. Could have spent more, but because
Just cut things, so,
we've just reduced it to. I mean, unajua bei ya stima imepanda. Na ofisi ya Gachagua inatumia stima mingi. So lazima tuongeze budget ndio iweze kulipa hiyo stima, ama Kenya Power watazima, na unajua si poa Kenya Power. You know those kind of things. Na unajua Karen pia is different from. Haya, Biden pledges to make Nairobi investment magnet in Africa.
Time out. He pledges to make Nairobi what?
The investment magnet in Africa.
Is it? Is it being quoted verbatim or is it?
The Biden administration has pledged to improve Kenya's investment climate to levels that will act as a model for other African countries under the ongoing bilateral trade negotiations. Constance Hamilton, the Assistant U.S. Trade Representative for Africa, who is the lead negotiator in these talks, says the negotiations will make Nairobi a magnet for multinational companies, which will create decent jobs for millions of Kenyans who are skilled but they're jobless. Okay? This is on top about the ongoing negotiations. They're called STEEP. The Kenya-US Strategic Trade and Investment Partnership that's supposed to come in very, very soon. Ticker headlines, Treasury flags 111.8 billion shilling potential bailout for parastatals. State-owned enterprises are sitting on non-guaranteed debt worth 111.8 billion for the last financial year. The Treasury has disclosed, exposing taxpayers to risks of hefty bailouts in the event of default. All this to parastatals. Loan, 100 billion shillings. National Oil loans up 75% to 8.56 billion on interest and penalties. See one of those parastatals? There you go. BAT unionized workers get a minimum salary of 57,812. That's a minimum pay for a worker in BAT. 57,812.
Wow.
Yeah. Of course, they also have a person in the news. Page 3 in the Business Daily is highlighting Kawira Mwangasa. A year after the governor was impeached, MCAs have voted to send her home again. Higher. City?
Yes.
You have the star?
I do.
Okay.
Top right-hand corner in teal green. Plenary committee. Intense lobbying ahead of Mwangasa impeachment date with senators. Right? Very good. It's all systems go as last cohort starts KCP exam. We've heard that one. The love triangle link in murder of city taxi driver.
City, like city.
City, not CT, because,
no, not CT.
My heart did a thing.
City. Nairobi City.
Nairobi City taxi driver.
Yes.
Okay.
Detectives were pursuing a love triangle, agreed, and God. Let me start again. Detectives are pursuing love triangle and greed for wealth theories as they investigate the murder of a taxi driver whose body was recovered from River Sagana in Murang'a 2 weeks ago. Right? Then bang in the middle of the paper, rivals Kenyatta, Gachagua fell out in the run up to 2022 polls. Inside efforts to reconcile Uhuru and Gachagua. The DP has been traversing different parts of Mount Kenya calling for unity. Then in them, there's this huge picture. Ruto attends 40th anniversary of Eldoret Anglican Diocese. There's the president, Archbishop of the Anglican Church, First Lady, and other people. Yes.
Other people, okay. No present.
They were present, and they were cutting this cake.
Looking on.
They were looking on. They were happily cutting this cake. Okay. That's what's happening. Right.
Okay. Tuende kwa traffic.
Mzuri.
Yeah. Tufanyie hivyo. Tuambie what's happening on the roads, and then we'll look at some of those stories in detail.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start
All right,
your...
Let's have you on the thicker superhighway this morning. As you're coming into the CBD, you'll get to that junction that will split towards Wangari Maathai Way, or as you get onto Murang'a Road. Before that, you'll have that bumper-to-bumper action. Thereafter, you're clear getting into the CBD. Langata Road looks fine, but we're seeing movement on Landis really early today. Is it that folks are travelling, leaving the city after, schools closed and all of this? It's on all wait-and-see kind of thing. Jogo Road is busy, very busy as you come off the Makadara train station. And Outer Ring is busy as well. Coming in from the junction right around Embakasi, it's going to take you through to the city, through the thicker superhighway, through the back route. So that has already packed up. We're probably going to see heightened levels of traffic coming closer to traffic hour this Monday morning. SpiceFm KE on X. Let's talk there. We want to keep things moving just in case anything jumps out at you. Let us know and we'll talk. It's again SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
So, as we're looking at these stories, yes, the king is coming to Kenya, etc. But there's some things that are happening in the country that perhaps we need to look at.
Okay.
First of all, there was this whole austerity measures thing, and it's gone round. Folks are wondering, why is the president everywhere but in State House for so long? So he comes out and he's defending this position, and he says that, I'm assuring that the economy is stable. I'm assuming he's speaking about the economy of Kenya. And that all that he's doing is actually for the good of Kenyans at this moment. He says he travels to seek opportunities for Kenyans and plans how to move the country forward. He announced the government will stop importation of maize from 2025. So if he stops importation of maize, essentially what that means is that Kenya would have been producing and storing enough maize to then stop this importation and then at the same time feed its people and have a surplus. Voila. All right. He defended his numerous trips abroad since he assumed office from last year. He was speaking during the celebrations of the 40th anniversary of the establishment of the Anglican Church of Kenya, Eldoret Diocese. He took a swipe at critics who've raised eyebrows over his frequent trips. So lower your eyebrows, what he said. He stated that his frequent trips abroad are purely for the economic benefits of the country. I've heard some people, politic about my trips abroad. I am the chief agent and ambassador of this country. That is my job. And I am doing so to seek opportunities for Kenyans and to plan how this country moves forward. Sasa mnataka aje? Surely, how else do you expect me to do my job? What did you think the president does? Huh? He assured Kenya that although there were many economic challenges facing the country, he would stabilize things. So, have you heard this in the last week? I'm working.
Right.
Everything is going to be what? Right. Don't be afraid. Do not be afraid.
Siminak.
This country is going to change. I promise you.
Show.
Do not be afraid. Okay. I bring you good tidings of great joy.
I actually don't have big issue with the president traveling. Personally, I don't have an issue. He's not attending a ministerial meeting, he's not attending a junior officers meeting. He's attending meetings of heads of state and government. So when it's part of what he does.
The other people who've met him there, they're also traveling from their countries.
It's part of what happens.
He doesn't go and stand
Does
alone.
he go there with an agenda? we see the agenda. We get dispatches all the time from State House on, okay, the president is traveling and this will be the agenda. This is what we're pushing for, and then come back. So what we should be questioning is, all right, this was the agenda going forward. How are we performing in terms of that? But there's a great whatever meeting happening in Burundi. He went.
Congo Brazzaville.
The Congo Brazzaville.
Saudi Arabia.
No, Eric is struggling with this justification.
I'm not.
Just travel.
I'm not actually. I'm very unequivocal.
Your position is sure.
I am very sure.
Solid.
I have absolutely no problem at all with this president or any other president traveling to attend meetings with other heads of state and government.
You know the thing that I was thinking as you're speaking, what those who say is over traveling, what are they comparing him with? Because Kenyatta one never traveled. He was just in Kenya.
He was around.
Yeah, just around. Maybe went to Ethiopia, Tanzania, a place you could go to by road. Okay. President Moi traveled, but not much. President Kibaki didn't travel much.
He didn't much.
Not much. Uhuru traveled, not much.
He did a lot. Uhuru in a year in office. See what we were saying about Ruto? It's exactly the same thing we were saying about Uhuru in 2015.
Now, you see, when I say not much,
we were saying, where is our president?
We come from a background of presidents who didn't travel or hardly traveled. So when one travels, it looks like a lot compared to what other presidents have done. So are we benchmarking President Ruto's travels with immediate former President Uhuru's travels? And as you correctly put it, you see, what is it about traveling? Where is the harm? Like you, I don't see it. You'll say it's a cost, but on the scale of things and what things cost in this country, yeah, it's a lot of money, yes, I agree, but what really is the problem?
Yeah. The problems would be in the size of his delegation, whether everybody in that delegation needs to be in that delegation, and such other questions. Now, those ones are important to ask, all right? When the president has gone to, it was Congo Brazzaville on Friday,
yeah,
right? When he's gone to Congo Brazzaville, how many people have accompanied the president? Were they important?
Did they need
all
to
of
go?
them?
Yeah.
In that meeting, did they have to be there physically? Because every time they go, there's an allowance, there's all these things. It's a cost.
But also, pause for a second and ask yourself, does he travel equally within the country? The answer is yes, he does.
He does.
And again, the same question would be, the entourage that accompanies him, must they necessarily be there? See, we are dealing with a situation that is unusual, in my opinion. We are not accustomed to somebody who travels like this.
Yeah.
So, if the economy was doing well, and the price of fuel at the pump was 50 bob, and unga was 20 bob a packet, would we be complaining about the travel?
No.
It's just because there's so many other things that are going on at the same time.
Now we're just wondering, because me up and all. For many of us, travel is leisure. So this guy is just chapping sherehe up in the sky, and we're here, we're suffering. And you can see the chapping of the sherehe. If you look at the supplementary budget, which is this story on the Business Daily, right? You know, the effect of this supplementary budget is pushing the budget that was passed in Parliament by some 200 billion shillings or thereabouts, okay? The budget that was passed in Parliament was 3.74 trillion shillings. Now the new budget will be 3.92 trillion shillings if this supplementary budget is passed. And what is it doing? It's increasing expenditure on these other issues. For example, this whole, the budget of the Office of the Deputy President rising by 4.2 billion shillings from 3.8 billion shillings in the originally approved budget, which includes 400 million shillings in development spending and 3.8 billion shillings in recurrent spending. So Rigathi Gachagwa's ministry has 400 million shillings in development spending and 3.8 billion shillings in recurrent spending. That is paying salaries, paying those bills, paying all those things. The Treasury is attributing that increase in the recurrent budget to Mr. Gachagwa's office to additional expenditures on the basic salaries of permanent employees. Okay. Remember, civil servants got a pay rise the other day.
Yeah.
So we're increasing that. Higher allowances, training expenses. We are still training people in the DP's office. Hospitality supplies. We are buying more eggs. You know,
Shrimps.
Shrimps.
Necessary.
Domestic travel on subsistence and other transportation costs. Mafuta, Gachagua has gone to where, So we are increasing, basically the Deputy President's office is going to spend 4 billion shillings in a year.
And the thing is, the question must be asked, Eric, that is it 100% justifiable?
That's the point.
That's the thing.
That's the point. I do not see any justification for Kenya spending 3.93 trillion shillings. So far, we are going to have supplementary budget too. It's going to be 4 trillion shillings, the budget at the end of the year. And yet revenues are not going to hit the 2.6 trillion shillings that they were saying they'll hit. They'll be less than 2.6 trillion shillings. What we're basically saying is Parliament approves this. Parliament is approving more borrowing. Bottom line.
To the tune of 1.4 trillion shillings.
Yes.
Which also means that when these bills come due, right now, we know the amount, 2/3 of whatever it is we collect seems to be going towards paying debts, isn't it?
Yep.
It looks like we're going to be collecting money to pay debts.
Imagine. That's all
At
we're
this
doing.
rate.
Instead of just cutting back on these expenditures and saying, all right, so this is where we are, let's first of all sort out the debts. Let's sort out the debt. We have these 2 trillion shillings that we need to pay, 200 billion shillings that we need to pay next year. We are going to try and see how we can refinance this debt. So let's look for that money. No, we are saying, Mr. Gachagua, spend more, travel more. You and your spouse, travel.
Go everywhere. Where have you not
nonsense is
gone?
this?
Go.
What is this?
Absolute bollocks when you think about it, seriously speaking, that in the middle of what is potentially a crisis economically, that aside, we're saying, okay, look at it. Does it make sense to you? You know what your budget deficit is already. In terms of what you've been able to collect tax-wise, you've already missed the mark. We missed the mark last week by 79 billion shillings. Yeah. What is it looking like in terms of a forecast for the next year? But you say, okay, that's great, that's nice. But how about we spend 1.4 trillion shillings more this year without even asking the basic question of the things that we're spending this money on, are they justified? Number 2, where is this money going to come from? Knowing very well that constitutionally, the only thing you can borrow for is development. So what are we talking about?
It's crazy.
Hey.
This is crazy. It's total bollocks. And of course, Parliament will just sit back and pass this thing. They'll pass it. Let's spend. I mean, pesa iko. Kenya iko na pesa. Kenya iko na pesa. Yeah. We're just going to borrow 1 or 2 things. I mean, World Bank is agreeing to lend us some money. So World Bank is saying we're okay.
Okay.
Who are you to question? The World Bank has said we're fine. We can borrow. Who are you to question? That's what they'll be telling us. City tell us about. There's a bizarre story that you read, a headline there about a love triangle and taxi. And
I did.
What was that story?
The story is on page 20 of the Star. So, as you say correctly, it's actually a very, very bizarre story. And perhaps I can enlighten you a little bit. Huh?
Yeah, please.
Detectives say Moracha's body was bludgeoned in his house in Mihingo on October 21st, okay? The team said they're investigating claims that Evans Moracha's body was bludgeoned in his house on this date. His body was then bundled into his own taxi and driven to River Sagana, where it was dumped. The body was recovered at River Sagana on October 14th, 2020. That's this month. Moracha, 47, was a former clerk at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Police say they have credible information that the father of 2 may have been killed in his house. His wife, Teresia Kerubo, is among the 3 suspects held in custody over the murder. Detectives have also established that one of the suspects is a former police officer who was interdicted. They said they received information that assailants were seen carrying luggage from the house on the day Moracha went missing. Other witnesses have told police that there was commotion in Moracha's bedroom on the fateful day he went missing. The deceased body is currently being regarded, me and my reading. The deceased house is currently being regarded as a crime scene. 2 suspects connected to the abduction and subsequent murder of Moracha were arrested by police. According to this particular story, it appears that there was a lady involved in this, and the involvement involved this interdicted policeman.
Okay. And the wife.
Yes. And then there was Moracha, who's a taxi driver. Now, they say he went missing for 3 days. You know this thing of someone hasn't been seen for 3 days and they're asking, and then they start looking. And then the information that I read at first, that's now the recollection. When the detectives go asking, they say, on this day, this is what we saw happening. This is what we saw happening. And people were seen carrying luggage out of the house at this, on the day of the commotion. So luggage may very well have been this person's body that was being carried. Now, this is a story that is still being investigated. Let me just read the final bit. Detective said Moracha did not just disappear, but was picked from his house by the killer's duo on the night of October 11th in the presence of his wife. A day later, Moracha's car was driven back to the wife's neighborhood.
By unknown people?
Yes. But they say the wife was there.
The wife was in the car?
No, the wife was there when people came to pick him up, they say. This story is... okay. The mobile phone of this gentleman was found in the house. When they looked, there was no sign of there having been a struggle.
There was no commotion?
Not really, apart from the noise that was heard. He was missing for 3 days alongside his car. Okay? 3 days after that, now, upon recollection, they said, but some people were seen coming to his house. 2 of them, and they left with this guy. The guy never came back, but the car was brought not to his house, but was parked somewhere near where he lived. Okay? But then the body was found later. Meaning, this is a story which has many holes in it. What remains certain is that this guy died, and clearly he was hit on the head, bludgeoned. Okay? Where he was bludgeoned, who killed him, now that is what is being sought out. But his wife, clearly, the person who wrote this story, a gentleman by the name of Cyrus Ombati, seems to claim that the wife was there at every stage. The wife was in the house the day these people picked him up. The wife... Yes.
Was there when he was being killed?
No.
Okay.
That is what is being alluded to.
Okay.
Remember, there were people who reported that people were seen carrying luggage from his house. Okay? Luggage isn't detailed. We don't know what it is. At the same time, we're being told 2 people came to the house and left with him. He never came back. A couple of days later, his car was returned to the neighborhood. So there are many things that don't seem to make sense, except the fact that this man is dead. There were people who came to his house. There are claims that they took him or they went up in the presence of his wife. So one gets the impression they may have been people he knew, because there's no reporting of a struggle when they left. So what really happened to Moracha?
Wow. Tough one. Tough. Tell us.
844 essentially comes, at least this part of it comes to an end with the final KCPE exams that are being sat this morning. In addition to this, we know that the grade 6s are sitting a KPSEA exam. So that comes, about an hour or so, they sit down to do this. The nation is calling it, it's marking a watershed period, a moment rather in the history of education in Kenya. It's a departure of an old way of doing things and embracing a new order. It is the last time learners will be spending 8 years in primary school and then write the Kenya Certificate of Primary Education examination, a key plank of the 844 system of education that has spanned close to 4 decades. The system has attracted criticism and praise in equal measure, and there still exists a sizable number who feel it should be retained or that there should be a hybrid, including this. The first 844 class was examined in 1985, while the 2023 class will be the last and 39th, just one short of 40 years. The end of the 844 era at primary school level finally ushers in the competency-based curriculum, the CBC, as well as the competency-based assessment, which is the CBA. It will take 4 more years to phase out the 844 system at the secondary school level. And that means the students who are writing the KCPE right now actually will be the last ones to sit KCSE.
Yes, they indeed.
It's interesting, actually, that they're the last and the last, right?
They're just going out. They'll be the last Form 1s, they'll be the last Form 2s, Form 3s, Form 4s.
Like that. It's interesting. So more than 24 million Kenyans who sat at the KCPE examinations hold both nostalgic as well as bitter memories of the examinations. In a way, the examinations were a matter of life and death as they determined placement to different categories of secondary schools. So serious has been the affair that it becomes customary for parents and teachers to congregate days before the exam to seek divine intervention. Prayer days have been a thing. You know, at both levels, primary, also at secondary level. The KCPE exams determined admission to national and provincial schools, as they were previously called, which was a dream of many, owing to their high pass rates to onward transition to tertiary education and gainful careers. And 400 seems to be the mark that everybody seems to be gunning for. You hit the 400, you're regarded as education royalty.
At least you're guaranteed national school position.
Yes, you are. And so that's the pressure that's on the shoulders of almost 1 million this morning as they sit for those exams and, phasing it out and see what happens in 2 weeks where they will go based on their marks. Is it end of an era? Yes, it is. What's going to happen as you go into the new one? Nobody knows. It's all up in the air. We're just going to have to wait and see. The hope and the prayer is that everything that is required to be done will be done and that it will be taken seriously. That unfortunately we see a situation whereby money is being thrown at the thing, maybe not in words, but indeed we're not doing everything that we need to do to make sure that this system works and works right. We are not.
Can you talk about those children who are in the last cohort of Standard 8, but they will not be able to sit this exam?
Yes.
Or at least they will not be able to sit this exam in peace. Multiple Standard 8 Grade 6 candidates may find themselves unable to sit for their national exams due to the government's declaration of schools constructed within the Masai Mau forest as illegal. Over the past 2 weeks, the government has been carrying out eviction of families believed to have encroached upon the forest boundary in Narok North. So a couple of children there will not be able to sit. Now let's go to Baringo and Samburu, where bandits have basically decided at nyinyi ni polisi nyinyi ndio mmetumwa sawa kujeni. Now because of that there's some serious spate of insecurity that's affecting learning. Some children who would ordinarily walk to school, sit, do an exam and then walk back home are not even sure whether they'll be able to walk to school because they slept in the bush. They don't know whether their school will be attacked at this time. They don't know whether they'll be attacked on their way home. They are candidates. I say, if such a candidate in any of these schools scores 250, take them to national school.
Direct. Under those circumstances that they will be able to sit an exam and get marks above 200, my friend.
Why? Where?
What revision do you think they've done? What learning has taken place even in the last few months?
How can they?
How can it?
Well, so yeah, we wish all the best to all the candidates who are going to be sitting the exams today, the CAPSEA and the KCPE. All the best to you. I know we're going to have a big delegation of all cabinet secretaries are going across the country to launch the final KCPE rather. The president will also be out there today, this morning, meeting candidates and saying, this is it. You have all our support. You'll do very well. All that shouldn't matter. The children should just be let to sit down and do their exam, and we wish them all the best. Keep it here for more conversations coming in the next hour. We'll be talking about the Meru County Assembly and what they did to their governor and why there's an issue between the County Assembly and some leaders in Meru with the governor or the other way around. Good morning, it's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life
Good morning, this is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. At least 1.4 million candidates will be writing the last KCPE exams under the 844 curriculum that has been placed since 1985. The 844 curriculum is being replaced with the competency-based curriculum. Candidates did their final preparations ahead of the exams that begin this morning. The Kenya National Examination Council said all exam materials and personnel, including supervisors, invigilators and security officers, have been dispatched. The second cohort of candidates will also be writing the Kenya Primary School Education Assessment KPSE exams under the CBC. From this morning, Cabinet Secretaries led by Education's Ezekiel Machogu, Principal Secretaries, NEC and TSC officials will be deployed across the country to witness the opening of the exam containers. Now, the 5 KCPE candidates who died in a boating accident over the weekend were unaccompanied at the time of the tragedy. Preliminary findings show that the boat was overloaded when it capsized, killing them. The children from Arap Moi Primary School in Okoh had been taken out for treat before sitting the exams. Families of the victims have expressed their sadness, saying that their children had big dreams.
Kwa shule alikuwa bright boy. Tukua in fact tumemtafutia Starry Boys. Na alikuwa ametu promise 370 and above. He was a good boy. Mbea wakijiprepare for exam. Na tulikuwa tunajua kama wazazi watoto wataenda. In fact wakienda asubuhi we were aware. Na jioni yake ndio tukapata taarifa watoto walizama kwa maji wakiwa kwa boat.
But baadaye tukarudi tukasikia wengine wameaga ambao tumesikia ni watu 5.
Anza hapa Nakuru na uende urudi. Saa hii tena urudi au jaona mtoto yako. Hatima yake iko wapi? Mkono gani? Security gani? Kama security wangekuwa wangejuka hawa kwa mtuni.
Okoh MP Samuel Chepkonga has mourned the students and called on teachers to be responsible and ensure the safety of children is of utmost priority.
To the families of the bereaved 5 students who we lost in very unfortunate circumstances. It should not have happened if supervision was maintained and vigilance by those who are concerned. We hope that this is a learning lesson and safety procedures need to be put in place to ensure that our students who visit here, we do not deny that business should continue, but it must continue in a manner that it ensures that there is safety.
President William Ruto says he has secured more job opportunities for Kenyans in Saudi Arabia during his recent trip to the Middle Eastern country. Speaking in Eldoret, the president said Saudi Arabia has 350,000 opportunities open, preferably to Kenyans because Kenyans are the most hardworking of all migrant workers. Ruto hit back at critiques of his numerous foreign trips, saying he is the country's chief ambassador and that his trips are for the benefit of Kenyans.
Kuna watu wengine wananipigia makelele, mbona umeenda safari hii, mbona umeenda safari hii. Hiyo ndio kazi yangu ya rais. Mimi ndio chief agent ya Kenya, mimi ndio ambassador ya Kenya ya kupanga vile Kenya itasonga mbele. Germany, rais wao walikuwa hapa, ametuambia ako na nafasi ya vijana 1250. Watu wa Canada mmeketi chini na rais wao, wako na nafasi karibu the same. Marekani almost the same. So tunataka tupanue ajira ingine karibu 1,000,000 kwa vijana. Nimetembea sehemu nyingi, China kwa mfano wamesema sasa watatufungulia soko ya chai na soko ya macadamia na soko ya avocado. Mimi nataka wakulima wajipange.
On maize prices, the head of state said that the government will buy a 90 kg bag of maize at 4,000 shillings, despite farmers demanding that the same be bought at 5,500 shillings.
Ile kitu hatutaki ni exploitation ya farmers. Hatutaki wakulima wauze mazao yao kwa hasara. So we'll provide the floor price ya 4,000, lakini you're free to sell to the open market whatever the price you get. Hii mwaka hii tunaingia ndio will be the last year tutaagiza mahindi kutoka nje, ile kidogo ambaye itakuwa na gap. But from 2025 hakuna gunia moja, tutazalisha hiyo magunia yote hapa Kenya. Pale cereal board ile mlikuwa mnalipisha shilingi 300 kukausha mahindi, sasa government of Kenya itawasaidia, tumepunguza mpaka shilingi 70.
This is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFm, Nakuru.
At a few minutes after 7 o'clock, we're looking at traffic on Njoroge Road. Heavy this morning as you're getting out then towards Landis and then touching on Kamkunji at the roundabout. All right, so let's look at what's coming in from Juja Road. It's heavy getting into the CBD. And there's traffic on the Thika Superhighway coming well into that junction, getting towards Muranga Road. Limuru Road is also starting to build up, and we're seeing traffic coming in on United Nations Avenue. The Northern Bypass is giving through towards Ridgeways, and it's all going to come out through towards Muthaiga Square. So that looks like it's going to be busy for some time. Let's look back at the Thika Superhighway, where there's a lot of traffic coming in from beyond GSU headquarters, Tusker Village, then out from Kasarani. So that's very, very heavy this morning. So we're going to look at that coming heavy through towards the CBD. And then on Langata Road, we're fine. Getting into the city will be all right. A little bit on North Airport Road, heading out towards the Eastern Bypass. It's Monday morning, folks, and it's looking a little bit messy and sticky in some places. We'll hope that opens up later. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up.
How are you doing? Welcome to the second hour of the Situation Room. Happy Monday, wherever you're joining us from. Thank you very much for choosing this as the way to start your morning. Somebody's saying hello to you from the UK. Says they were late to join the conversation this morning because they did like that to the clock.
They set it back.
They moved back 1 hour. So ordinarily, he'd be awake at 6. But today, 6 was 5.
Oh, no.
So he wasn't awake.
Okay. And now he is?
Now he is.
Okay.
Yeah. See? Like that.
Okay.
I still don't get it.
No, well.
I don't get it. Who decides how many hours to move back?
Surely. Can you just wake up one morning and say, okay, I decide that Nairobi it should not actually be 7:08, it should be 5:08. And then you set back the clock and says, okay, everybody in the country set it back.
Tomorrow.
And then we tell the rest of the world, by the way, it's daylight saving or daylight increasing. You just keep up. Really? Can you decide?
Catch up with what we're telling you. So,
you give me a call and say, excuse me, it's still 5 a.m. in Kenya. You're going to have to wait a couple of hours. That's what we're saying.
Let's say you've traveled in the country, you arrive on this day at 5 p.m. All right, the flight is supposed to be the next day at 5 p.m. My friend, if you're not using those automatic delays that automatically change the clock, hiya. So anyway, we're on to another week of this brand new shows on Maisha Magic Plus, and that is Kasiri and Zari.
Yes. So. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 8:30 p.m. is what?
8:30 p.m. Zari.
Well done. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 7:30 p.m.
Kasiri.
Okay. Riveting movie, as CT would say. But it's an opportunity for you to delve into this world where so many interesting things are happening. On one end, you have a man who is playing two women. On another end, you have a man who gave away his child, and now 20 years later, the people who took the child are saying, excuse me, our child, we're going to stay with it. So he says, Balozi says, no, I want my baby back. Let's see how those unfold this week as we get into this riveting entertainment from MultiChoice. DSTV channel Maisha Magic channel 163, GoTV channel 3. You can get all of this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday for Zari, and Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday at 7:30 for Kasiri, getting into a wonderful week of fantastic entertainment.
You know, clues are closed.
Yes, they are.
Schools are closed. That thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're fine.
Kids are now doing the exams. Then back to school is January
9th.
You know, people, between now and January, 2 months, you'll forget that these kids will need to go back to school and that they'll need school fees.
Wanakula tu sahi.
So I'm thinking now, what do I do with these kids? What do I do with them for 2 months now? Surely what happens? Now, does that mean that we have to get home early? Because the children are at home. Kiwi is also thinking the same thing. I just think, she's to now 18. Yeah. Come January, you will need school fees. So Kiwi now is telling you, you can win school fees. If you buy a tub of Kiwi. Brand new look of Kiwi. Step up and shine. It's that time of the year again to win big with Kiwi. Stand a chance to win school fees worth 35,000 shillings every week and instant airtime or data. Here's what you simply need to do. Visit your nearest store, buy any participating Kiwi with a new fabulous design nationwide, or dial star 459 star 5 hash. That's star 459 star 5 hash. Enter the unique code that you'll find under the lid, and you could be the next winner. Kiwi, your trusted partner to protect, shine, and waterproof your shoes.
I love it.
Sindio? Ndio hii hapa. Tuko nayo kwa wingi. That's a brand new design.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Mumbi will zoom into that one and you'll see this is exactly how the brand new Kiwi looks like. So you go into any participating, any shop countrywide, look for this particular new lid, new design. Buy that, open the tab, look under the lid, and you will see a code. Send that code to star 459 star 5 hash. And sit back, relax, enjoy the rest of your holiday. That's it. Soon we'll be joined by a member of County Assembly from Meru County. His name is Jim Mushuri. He is the majority whip in the Meru County Assembly. He'll be here. We'll be talking about the issues that are taking place in Meru, what's happening in Meru and the government of Meru. In the meantime, let's also look at what's happening elsewhere in the country. All these things. There's the issue of students who are sitting their exams from this morning. There is the issue of those that may not be able to sit their exams this morning, and very many other things.
There is. I wanted to talk about something specifically this morning. And I actually, as I looked at the clips over the weekend, last couple of days, I said to myself, wait a minute. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission actually has the power to arrest, right?
Yes, they do.
And then go into, prosecutorial procedure, etc., etc. But it was just very interesting to me that the videos that we saw of policemen and women being arrested by the EACC for allegations of corruption. I don't know if you can call them allegations since they were caught on camera, but all right. These are the charges essentially that would be leveled against them. But I thought it was very interesting that they had basically laid in wait for, however long to catch them in the act. They had, hours of footage of collections that were being done. And then they actually went ahead and arrested. But the question for me that lingers in my mind is, why now? This supposed corruption that has been taking place on the roads in Kenya did not start in 2023. Allegedly by police. It has been happening for yonks. Public service vehicles and their operators have been complaining about the extortion that takes place on roads, etc., etc. And there have been thoughts about what should actually be done about it. But I'm wondering, this deliberate action and then the pursuant action in terms of arrests and, them being held till today is now when they're supposed to get to court. Why now and why with such fervor and, deliberate, and persistent engagement on this? What's happening now that would require that we see that the EAC is ready now to take these issues of extortion amongst the police very, very seriously? Why today?
EACC usually conducts those operations.
Yeah.
we keep seeing all the time, sometime you'll see EACC doing operations on a certain road where they lay in wait, they nab police officers, they take them. So are you asking what informs their decision to do an operation at a certain time?
Serially, and then say, why now? Why then? Why when it happened before?
Why October and not July?
Right. Or then are we and has it stopped? Because if you see, because the embarrassing nature, I'm just speaking about it from the point of police who say, okay, we've been caught. Obviously, because you've done it more and more as EACC, you've seen that you needed to come back. So even this arrest does not stand as a deterrent to get these folks off the road to do what they actually do. So is it just a cog in the wheel of operations at EACC, or does it actually bear fruit? Because if you've had to come back and arrest again, that means the arrest that you made in the past did not stop anybody from doing what they were doing.
But the optics, there are those who argue.
For whom?
For the
Everybody.
Yes. There are those who argue that the problem is not the police who collect the 50 and 100 bob. The real problem is there are bosses who expect a certain return at the end of every day. So you are not on assignment to simply manage traffic. You're on assignment to collect money for your bosses. That is what has been alleged by some people. Whether this is true or not, I wouldn't know. But it is also alleged that by the time you get into traffic, it is a lucrative position that people pay to get within the police service.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. So it isn't as though you just land there. You may, from Kiganji, may be taken there. When you find these broomstick-thin officers on the side of the road, and they clearly look youthful, it's like they just finished Form 2. Those ones are straight from Kiganjo. But by and large, the ones you come across are people who have a portly disposition and give the impression that walking fast may be a bit of a strain on them. So the optics are useful, but even as those optics are useful, let's not lose sight. There are very many instances where the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission have gone after what we call the big fish. Okay? We've seen steps taken, but usually that's just about it. You see steps taken, you hear of investigations. Every once in a while, you hear of someone unfortunate like Mwangi Wairia, who is actually picked up in the days when he was governor and driven to the headquarters. The point is this. You heard the judiciary complaining about funding and how inadequate the funding was, isn't it? Okay. Would you say the ethics and anti-corruption are adequately funded? Why do I bring in the question of funding? The efforts we see are efforts, but does ethics and anti-corruption have the muscle to take whatever efforts they made to the next level and to the next and to the next? That's a question of resources. So sometimes the fight against crime may not be hampered by an unwillingness. It may simply be hampered by a lack of adequate resources. You may want to, but you can't.
We've heard the EACC often complain, say, look, we bring the cases, but in terms of a prosecutorial agenda, we then are not the ones who will take it to the next level. We do everything that we need to do to highlight these cases. If we need to arrest, we arrest. But in terms of then having the ODPP then come in and move on to the next level, then it gets to a place where we're handcuffed, no pun intended, but okay. They can't do anything beyond that. Do they have enough resources to be around the country on every single highway to make sure that this thing is taken? Obviously not. They do not. But then one would ask, if they did have enough resources, would we see that would be then high point agenda for them to then be able to do this? But I'm just going back to the point that it struck me as I watched one of those videos when clearly this individual is stripped of their, image completely. But clearly, it hasn't stopped it from happening.
But
it's not the first operation that has taken place by EACC. It is not the first time that policemen and women have been arrested for corruption or extortion on the roads. And so that gives rise to this. It doesn't serve as a deterrent, clearly. Because what happens? It doesn't. Because the fact that they're on the road doing it again means what? That people who were arrested and others saw, it did not stop them from doing it.
But is it a deterrent in any way, really?
It's not a deterrent. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't.
But even more importantly, the shame that we speak of, how long does it last?
Exactly. I mean, after a minute, you're
if
done.
If it could stigmatize you, then it would matter. It doesn't, does it? When you have a situation where what we're talking about is considered to be normal, and the public also participate in their share.
Yeah. And then I imagine, because, the news report talked about how these individuals are going to be taken to Kilimani police station and then they would be, arraigned in court this morning. And I thought to myself, the people who are booking you as a policeman or woman are your colleagues. Yeah? They're booking you, they're taking you or whatever, they're putting you wherever they're going to put you.
Yep.
Is there shame at that point?
What shame?
It's kind of like, okay, yeah, let's do this, man. Leo ulipatikana usijali. Nani alipatikana juzi.
There is.
Is there?
Yeah, I think there will be. If as an officer you're arrested in the manner in which you are arrested.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, you're already exposed. So people are looking at you like, umepatikana. There are those civilians who know you and they're looking at you like, what? Alishikwa. Police alishikwa. Already that's a big thing. And then what does the service do to you when you have been arraigned in court over what you should be doing, right? Is your ranking still the same? Are you still considered the same? Are you still ranked, the same way as you were before?
Are you? Do you still have a job even?
Do you have something that has gone into your file that indicates that you actually were arrested on allegations of corruption? You are then taken to court. This is what happened. You have a case going on. When you have a case going on, what happens? What's your status as a police officer when you have a case going on in court? And this is a case that clearly goes against the police service and everything that you stand for. There is something that happens to the individual officers.
100%, Eric.
It will not be a deterrent. Just the same way as we see all these people. People are arrested in the middle of the night. Their homes are raided.
And then?
But it doesn't stop anyone from
We don't see that being a deterrent to stop others from doing it. There's absolute shame to the people who are arrested this way. There's trauma to their families. When police come and raid your home in the middle of at 5 a.m. and they're knocking heavily and your kids are awake and everybody's awake and they come in there and they're throwing everything all over and you've been arrested, you're in the news. There's a lot of trauma that, there's effect on the person and their families.
I get that. You wear the scarlet letter on your chest.
On the general picture countrywide about corruption.
That's it.
One would hope that, these things would then, send that message. Like we say, whenever the people are arrested, whenever we see the Asset Recovery Authority taking people to court and even EACC on asset recovery matters, whenever we hear court saying that, yes, we attach your property and therefore we are forfeiting you've got to forfeit this kind of property that you have back to state, one would expect that at least with the kind of forfeiture and all that, it will be a deterrent. But maybe corruption is so deep-rooted that we just see nothing else happening.
Yeah.
It's something worth talking about.
I think so.
My question is, do we actually need police officers on the roads? Look at it.
What are they doing?
Do we need to see police officers, traffic police on the road? Why?
Doing what?
Managing traffic at traffic lights when the traffic lights are working.
What are those ones that even manage traffic?
On the highway.
On a highway, you find police officers
doing what?
Stopping cars and then
checking what? What exactly?
What are those things we have?
Or what?
Insurance.
Insurance.
Checking insurance.
And the validity of your driving license and this and the other. And then what?
Then
we deploy so many officers on the roads just to do that. To check the validity of your driving license. And whether you have a valid...
whether your headlights, both of them are working.
And whether your car is defective.
And whether your car is defective, whether the tires are worn.
We do all that, yes.
And whether you are, speeding at a place that's clearly not marked that you should reduce your speed, but then you should know that you should reduce your speed.
Actually, you should.
Okay.
Anyway, let's move on into our next conversation. Our guest is in the studio. We want to talk about the issues affecting the Meru County government. And we're now joined by the Majority Whip in the County Assembly of Meru. His name is the Honorable Jim Mushui. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Karibu sana to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Asante, thank you.
Asante sana for joining us. That's the hot seat of the Situation Room. We're going to have an interesting conversation understanding what's going on in Meru. To welcome you to the conversation, CT Muga has the day's proverb. This week's proverbs will be from?
The country, Republic of Burundi. Okay. If you are dancing with your rivals, don't close your eyes.
If you're dancing with your rivals, don't close your eyes. Honorable Muchui.
Yes.
What do you make of this? What's your interpretation of this proverb? What is it saying?
Maybe probably that you be careful when your rivals doesn't forget that maybe even if your rivals formally, you are they don't forget that you are still rivals. So maybe when you are in the midst of your enemies, you should be careful. Always careful. Actually, there is one also in Meru that says when you sleep with a hyena, you should sleep with one eye closed. You don't close both eyes.
I just want to know why you're sleeping with a hyena in the first place. But okay.
Should you find yourself?
Should you find yourself sleeping with a hyena?
Yeah.
Don't close both eyes.
Yes, you close one.
Make sure that it's only one eye that's open. Mheshimiwa, which ward do you represent in Meru?
I represent Adwana ward. Adwana. It is called Adwana ward. Adwana ward is in Tigania West. Yes, we border Isiolo.
I see.
Yeah, actually 90% of Isiolo airport is in my ward.
Really?
Yes.
Isiolo airport is in Meru?
Yes, it's in Meru. But the offices are in Isiolo.
The tower is in Isiolo?
The hand is in Isiolo.
Okay.
The offices are in Isiolo, yeah.
But the land is in Adwana ward?
Adwana ward, yeah,
okay. Sure. We saw what was happening in the county assembly last week.
Yes.
There was the bid to impeach the governor of Meru County, which was supported by all members present. Were you present in the House?
Yeah, I was present.
Which means you voted yes to impeach the governor?
Definitely.
Why?
Okay, Eric, Meru County has been through a lot since the election. And you remember we ended such an issue barely maybe 2 months after we got elected.
Yes.
Because we got elected and we were literally unable to move with our governor. Because there is a way the institutions are expected to work. And we got to a point where I don't know whether it's out of experience, because also the president mentioned, remember the president mentioned after the first impeachment that they had experienced issues with the government, but they helped him. They helped her. So we had a few challenges, because now when we got into office, it's like the government expected, she was formerly the woman rep.
Yeah.
And the woman, the accountability structures, and she wasn't expected to work with so many people. So when we got in and she found herself in, maybe her perception was that this is my government. I looked for this government. I should run it alone. Now forgetting that the county government is run by the county assembly and the executive. So we really had issues, because you would be the assembly and then you all of a sudden you hear the governor is in your ward with your opponent that you are competing with in the other election. Without even telling you, so an inch informs you, the governor is here, is you the person who was number 2. So there was a lot of political issues, and also on matters following the structures and the laying down rules. So it's like she came with her own set of laws that she was supposed to follow.
Like which one?
For example, there are laws on issues of employing people. So she came and completely bypassed usurp the powers of the Public Service Board, and now she would go to a rally, and they say, okay, I want to employ cleaners in this market. Can those who want to be cleaners raise their hands? You saw it in the Senate the other time, and then people would raise their hand, and then maybe like she needs to, then they would come on the stage like 10, and then, do you want this one? No, you want this one? So she picks 2, the most popular. Now you are employing us. So we end those issues, and we had a very hard time to tell her, no, these things should be advertised, go through the public service, and then and then we have it as a competitive process. Because now you can imagine, Eric, your mother is in that rally, your wife is there, and maybe your children. Then you come on stage now, and then you are voted. You're not favored.
And people don't.
You
vote.
see that kind of trauma and all that. It was too much. And they are laying down rules on how that should be carried out. That's an example of one. So now we came and we went through some negotiations. We agreed, and then we thought we went to work with the government, because we thought we can maybe help as an assembly in terms of governance. So we have been with her. I have personally been her friend for the last maybe like 6-7 months after the other impeachment. We have tried our best, but it isn't working.
Tell us, after the last impeachment,
yes,
what attempts were made at reconciling the assembly and the executive?
First of all, I was in the part that was in the negotiations. We were invited by the deputy president. We were 3 representatives of the 3 regions in Meru, and then the speaker and the majority leader and the minority leader. And we sat for 3 days. We were able to agree on a few things. But now what happened also in that negotiation was that even before we concluded the negotiation, the governor went back to Meru and now started intimidating the MCAs, such that she wouldn't go, like while the negotiations were going on, even before. There is even something we were to sign at the deputy president's office, which was never signed. We were to sign a document on the agreement. Now, what happened in the process of negotiations? She went back there. She will do the Okoh. There's something she calls Okoh, whereby she organized a rally on a Sunday. Maybe a rally, like, it's attended by like 10,000 people. So she comes with gumboots, Uga, and all that gives people. So if she does that in your ward, you're done, because she'll come, do it in your ward, and then vilify, you have refused to work with her. So what she did, as the negotiations were going on, she went and started now doing those rallies. Actually, she started doing them now. It's not on a Sunday only. They started now doing them like 3 times a week. So she could come in your ward. So you are like forced to join her. So by compulsion, MCS were forced to join her even before the negotiation, before we joined formally. So the few who were left also gave in. That's what happened. So the negotiations and the agreements were left prematurely. We left before we concluded.
So there was no conclusion,
there was no conclusion. Actually,
for these negotiations.
The document is, up to today, the document is in Honorable Redikiri's, the MP for Bori, laptop. It has never been printed.
So let's take a break. We'll come back and continue this conversation shortly. 28 minutes to 8. The Honorable Jim Mushui is the member of the County Assembly representing Adwana Ward in Meru County. He's also the majority whip in the County Assembly. We want to understand what's going on in Meru County. What's the beef, really, between the Assembly and the Executive? Capitation will be telling you more about it shortly.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today, very philosophical. To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba. Which means that you're willing to be milked dry.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi, 16 degrees, highs of 25 and lows of 15 today. We're looking at partly sunny conditions in Nakuru at 15 and 16 and cloudy in Nyeri. Into a sunny Eldoret at 14, it'll go to highs of 24. Looking into Mombasa this morning, it'll be highs of 30. It's raining heavily in some parts at 26. And Malindi is partly sunny at 28 for now, with highs of 31 and lows of 25. We're looking into a sunny Kisumu at 19 with highs of 29 and a sunny Kakamega at 18 with highs of 28. Into Kampala, it's cloudy at 20. And Dar es Salaam this morning is sunny at 26. Mogadishu sunny at 25 and Addis Ababa is cloudy at 13. A sunny Johannesburg at 4 degrees and 26 and cloudy in Lagos. Kinshasa's clear at 25, going to highs of 32.
Spice up your life.
All right. We saw traffic situations heavy coming off a thicker superhighway this morning, and it's not letting up, at least not for now. We're getting into traffic hour proper, and that means it gets heavier as the tick-tock of the clock goes. The Eastern Bypass inbound traffic is pretty heavy. It's going to meet with traffic that's coming in from North Airport Road, touching on Embakasi at the junction, and then coming out towards that outer ring junction as well. All right, Likoni Road through towards the interchange, touching on the Southern Bypass, is also bumper to bumper, and coming off of Jogo Road, we're looking at that heavy traffic. Let's look this other side of Outer Ring, where there's heavy traffic coming off of Manyanja Road going towards Jogo Road. It's heavy on Kangundo Road. Juda Road doesn't look too bad for now, but we see traffic on the thicker superhighway through towards Kiambu Road and then to Limuru Road coming in west towards Wayaki Way. There's traffic heavy coming off of James Gishu. It's going to continue that way for some time. We're going to keep an eye on things this Monday. Let's talk on SpiceFM, KE on X.
Fam. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
All right, we continue.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The majority whip in the County Assembly of Meru. Mheshimiwa, you're telling us about the efforts that are being made at reconciling the Assembly and the Executive after the last impeachment bid. The Deputy President was spearheading these talks. We heard that, he met with the elected MPs plus the Senator. He met with the Governor separately. He met with the MCA separately. There was now supposed to be a meeting between. What was the plan here for negotiations?
Okay, the plan was to make Meru County work. Because you understand also, Eric, that the issues in Meru are both legal and political, in a way. And there is no way a county can function without the executive really working well with the complementing each other, actually, with the executive. So the issue was to see a situation where the executive and the assembly works together towards serving the people of Meru. And actually it was achieved but temporarily. Because now, when after the first impeachment, we reconciled, we went back to work. But now the governor again went back to the issues that we had last time, and disregarding all the laws.
Everything that you had.
Yes.
You are among the leaders of the assembly.
Yes.
Were you on the forefront of these talks?
Yeah,
Did you, as an assembly, have your asks? Did you go for those meetings saying, this is what we'd like as a bare minimum from the governor, or to get an understanding on these particular issues? And what issues were they?
First of all, we wanted to have there was an issue that came so strongly, the issue of maybe an equalization fund. I don't want to call it one fund. The issue of, it's not even a fund.
A development fund.
But a equalization development fund, let me call it. But it's not even a fund because now it does have its own independent management. It's more of a way of equalizing the ones. Because we realize also what's happening in the counties, Eric, is that using governor was voted in some regions and maybe she was not voted in others. And there is always a tendency of directing resources on where you are voted most, or the areas that you perceive will be your strongholds in future elections. So we wanted to have a mechanism where there is a minimum for everyone, such that now even if you don't agree, maybe your ideologies and the ideologies of the MCA in that ward does not mean that ward doesn't end up marginalized.
Right.
So we agreed on a figure, but now even as we moved, as we moved forward, she started now using it as a tool of maybe micromanaging you, so that now, if you don't agree, if you have different views, maybe the money for your word is not released.
Okay.
You understand? And right now, actually, we have a bill to cure that in the assembly. We have a bill coming. We want to have a certain percentage of the development money, saying that at least for the minimum, we want to pass it in the assembly, so that now at least this minimum, everyone will get this minimum, so that the other money is left at the discretion of the executive.
Okay.
So so we had those issues that we went with them on the negotiating table. Also, she had started grooming the ward administrators. So if, for example, in the one that I come from, she deployed all the ward administrators to their home ones. For example, like the president doesn't agree with the MP. So he appoints a DO, or a DCC, sorry, a DCC from the same constituency. You understand what that means?
To be a DCC in their constituency.
In their constituency. Now the ward administrator is deployed to your ward. Who comes from the ward administrator comes. So the governor uses that ward administrator for all the developments, completely selling the MC. That's why I'm telling you, the issues in Meru are largely political and also legal.
Okay, I hear you saying a couple of things, Mweshimiwa.
Yes.
You've talked about sidelining, you've used that word a couple of times. You also talk about money not going towards projects. At the first impeachment, were you involved in that?
Sorry?
The first impeachment. You were involved in the first impeachment because this is the second time she's being impeached, isn't it?
Yes.
Did you vote for her impeachment?
Did you vote for her impeachment at the first?
Absolutely. Actually, it's only one. The other time, we were 68 out of 69, those who voted for the impeachment.
At that first time, she did allude to, and she said, in some circles that she felt as though she's being witch hunted because some things she was very clear about, that she was not going to be involved in any kind of cronyism when it came to then, approving budgets just so that people could then pursue their personal interests. And it seemed it didn't sit well with many members of the county assembly. Can you give your thoughts on that?
I think, on that, you understand that the governor controls all the budgets and maybe the policy towards it. For us, we only approve.
Yes.
Now, when you say people want to maybe to misuse county
funds,
resources or county funds, how do they control? And you are the one. How do they misuse when you are the one in control?
Yes,
when you put your control mechanisms in place, then how does an MCA come when our rights is when our roles are oversight, legislative, and representation? How do I get to county coffers? That's a question maybe you would like to ask. Because I think that was because you realize when she has accused the MPs of cartelism. She has accused the MCS of cartelism. She has accused the CS, Linturi, of cartelism. She has accused Kraito of cartelism. She has accused Munyo of cartelism.
Okay.
So how comes the whole county, all people are cartels?
All of you are cartel. One
because
cartel.
now what the governor does,
Yes.
Every time she has a problem, she has done anything wrong, and then there's something else, she goes to the people. And then, they want to steal your money. I'm protecting you. I'm protecting your money. Right now, the issues we have in our impeachment motion, and maybe you have seen it, you realize that the sister is the PA. The other sister is the bodyguard. Then the brother is the security. The husband to the brother is also the other security to the sister. Then the brother-in-law, the husband to the sister who is the PA, is the director, external leakages or something. Now, the issues we have in the motion, our county number one is the misuse of county resources. And the family members, they have received a lot of money, which is indicated, maybe catering services. Now, the question we're asking is this, even before we go far, how do you... Is the sister a pre-qualified supply of catering services?
What if she was? Would you still have a problem with that?
Yes, there is a problem. That's an hypothesis.
No, if she, because the question you've asked now is that if she was pre-qualified, if the individual was pre-qualified, but at the same time held the position of being the governor's sister, would you have a problem with it?
Yes, we don't have a problem because now
it's her sister.
Yes, you should not trade with your relative. Now, can I, like in my office as an MCA, can I employ my sister as a PA?
Why not?
Actually, I'm asking why not, really? Now that you mentioned, I'm thinking, why can't
Is it against the law?
It's nepotism.
No, but is it against the law to employ a relative? Especially if that relative is qualified. We're just asking.
I get you. Okay, I don't think really it's fair in all standards because now I have so many people who supported me. Okay, I don't know legally, but politically, I don't think.
Let me go back to the issue of.
Let me go back to the issue of the issue of the suppliers and all that. I don't think the sister is legally. Actually, the sister is supposed to be pre-qualified to supply or to do contracts with the county.
Okay.
Yes, it's conflict of interest,
and she's not, according to you.
Sorry?
She's not pre-qualified.
She's not pre-qualified and she's doing.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
In the first place, she's not supposed to be pre-qualified. That's why there is a pre-qualification.
Okay.
Essentially, she's being accused of single sourcing.
Not single sourcing. It's not single sourcing. It's conflict of interest. Okay. Yeah, it's conflict of interest.
You know the issue of a conflict of interest. It's always an interesting subject.
Okay.
And it's something that perhaps one can never discuss or talk about conclusively. You've mentioned many things that you say the governor has done wrong.
Yes.
Okay? But she has also accused MCAs. Do any of her accusations hold water? Because essentially what she's alluding to is that MCAs want her to agree to certain things and she's unwilling to agree to these things.
But is that in the impeachment motion? Because now I think, actually, she has also accused us of being used by the external forces, that we are being compelled to impeach her by some maybe forces somewhere. But I think we should limit ourselves to the accusations that we are put in that motion.
List them for us. What are you accusing her of exactly?
Number one is misuse of resources. Okay. Because now you can't embezzle county funds using your relatives.
Okay.
You can't or you shouldn't.
You shouldn't. Sorry,
Okay.
you shouldn't. Okay, you can, but you shouldn't because she has done.
Yeah.
Number
two. You should. Number two, we have accused her of nepotism. There is there is a very interesting story. The government was invited to China by some firm somewhere in China, which does
a private company.
Yes, a private company, which does cancer treatment equipment. So they wanted to partner and do a cancer treatment center in Meru, a cancer center in Meru. So the government received a letter. We have those letters. And she was expected to go there with some technical team, oncologists and all that. So the government didn't go. She sent her sister, the PA, the brother, who is the security, the husband to the sister, and the CC healthy.
Okay.
So the brother is a security officer employed by national government.
Okay. So he's a police officer?
He's a police officer, actually. Okay. The sister has done something, a diploma. I don't know in what, but
PA.
It's not in health.
Okay,
It's
the
not
PA.
anything to do with it. Yeah, it's the PA.
But she's the PA to the governor?
Yes, she's the PA to the governor.
Okay.
And also now the husband. And now the
CC.
The CC is a pharmacist.
Okay.
So the letter, where we have an issue, the letter written by the county secretary to the devolution ministry for approval. He says that this is our technical team.
Yes.
To go at the benchmark on cancer treatment machines and all that.
Okay.
Number two, they were supposed to go and benchmark on issues. There were machinery. There is somewhere, I think we are being offered some machinery by China government on agriculture machinery and the issues on affordable housing.
Okay.
But the main one was the issue of
the cancer treatment.
Okay. So the question was this, and also the lawyer came there and they tried to argue that there was no county government money lost in the trip. But this was like a donation to the people of Meru. And you cannot argue there was no resources lost, because you realize that even in our development, we receive a lot of money from the donors. So that was a donation in kind also. So the question we are asking is this. We have so many oncologists in the county government of Meru. How do you, if the governor went maybe with this team, maybe it could be understandable. But how would you send your security or PA or near the technical team to go and benchmark on?
Can we look at these counts that are being brought against her? I know you've talked about some of them, and obviously it doesn't sit well with a lot of folks. But let's look at the ones that were brought then before. The assembly. There are 7 counts. Gross misconduct is one of them, followed by misappropriation of county funds, usurpation of the law and the constitution, nepotism, which you've talked about extensively, bullying, which is interesting. That's, I think you also talked about that when you talked about when she comes to your wards and things like this. Contempt of court. And then the last one, which is a count, is talking about naming a public road after her husband without following the due process. So those are 7 that have been brought.
Right now.
I mean, that's according to, that's what you impeached her on.
Yes.
Yes,
This
you
time
impeached her
round.
on those
Yes,
7 counts this time round.
Yes.
Now, of these things, they seem to kind of flow into each other, right? But now, on these counts is what she has been impeached on. And now, you also say that you have, according to the assembly, that you have evidence of each and every one of these things happening, and based on that, she does not fit to serve.
Yes.
I'm going to go back to another thing then, because this thing cannot be void of speculation. People say things that allude to one thing or another. That because she has spoken out in the manner in which she has, and she has done things in the manner in which she has, it hasn't sat well with a lot of people. And that's why now this raft of counts has been thrown at her, because the manner in which she has spoken out and held her position is unpalatable for many. Is that true, or are we sticking to these counts and saying she has done wrong on these counts, and it is because of that she should then be removed from office?
You realize that there are many things that cannot be put in the impeachment motion, because there are many things that you may not be able really to prove legally when you're told to prove. So if you pick the ones you can prove, and that doesn't mean that there are no many others out there.
So there are more than these 7.
There are more than there are many more than these that you cannot be. You realize there are areas that you even suspect money has been lost. But who has those documents that can prove that the money hasn't been lost? It's her. She cannot give you documents and go and impeach her using them. So we have so many other problems that we can talk about, but there are the ones that you can prove.
So on these 7 counts, can I remind you again? On these 7 counts, what you're saying is that there's evidence that has met the evidentiary threshold.
Yes.
Gross misconduct.
Yes.
Misappropriation of county funds. That money has been taken which was supposed to be used for something and has been diverted to something else. Usurpation of the law and the constitution. Nepotism. Bullying. Contempt of court. Naming a public road after her husband without following the due process. All of these things, you have evidence that sits at the gate of each and every one of these counts.
Yes.
Okay.
All of them. These are the ones. The problem we faced last time is that we did have a lot of evidence. We did have documents. We asked for all the people we are saying they have been employing. For example, one of the usurpation of one of the counts. On the issue of usurpation of the powers of the Public Service Board, that's misuse of office. We approved as an assembly 9 positions of the chief officers. Today the governor has 18.
18 chief officers. 18
chief officers. She has never gone through the Public Service Board, and we actually summoned the Public Service Board in the assembly, and we asked them now. Did you approve these 9? They have written as letters confirming that they don't know actually whether those people are employed by the.
So how do you know that they're employed?
We have their letters. We have their pay slips. We have a letter by the
letter confirming their employment.
Sorry.
You have letters confirming
letter of
their
appointment.
employment.
We have letters of appointment.
From
who from?
No, we have our systems in the.
No. Who appointed them? Who's the appointing authority?
The county secretary for the governor.
Okay.
He has signed county secretary for the governor. Number 2, there's an issue that has brought a lot of heat in Meru, the issue of traffic marshals. The governor went and collected some people and bought motorbikes using government money. These people positions were never advertised. It was never competitive. And then she employed, we have all those videos, launching them. She called them traffic marshals in Meru to control the traffic and others. When we have an inspectorate unit functioning. So we follow through the public service also. We invited we summoned the Public Service Board on the same, and they say they don't know whether such people exist in Meru. They're on our own, controlling traffic. They are being paid. So when we followed up, we have a payroll. We have their payroll. We have their pay slips. The governor went in the office of the governor, and now she has some of them are indicated as senior supporting staff. Then the others are cleaners. They indicated as cleaners. We have their pay slips. We have the book that they sign every day, a copy of it. So these things should go through the public
due
service
process. So due process is the Public Service Board must advertise these positions.
Yes.
And
What
then
happens?
The recruitment process.
What happens then?
Who signs the letter of appointments normally in such a process?
It's the public service.
It's the Public Service
Yes,
Board.
it's public service
that does the appointment.
Yes.
So the chair of the Public Service Board is the one that appoints you to office.
No.
Or is it the county secretary?
You go through the interview. Then when you go through the interview, you get an appointment letter from the Public Service Board.
From the Public Service Board?
Yes.
Not the county secretary?
Not the county secretary.
So have you summoned the county secretary and asked them
We
why?
summoned him twice. He didn't appear. He ignored. He didn't even read our letter.
Okay.
We summoned the chief of staff. He did not appear. And then we realized also something. I think there are some things we cannot put in the impeachment motion. Like 95% of these traffic marshals come from two churches. Her church and another church that I don't want to mention in Meru town that they preach with. So the whole church is employed.
Okay, that's a problem too.
You see, now you cannot go to Senate and
say that
these people are from the same church and you cannot prove. You understand? That's what I'm saying. We have so many issues in Meru that we may not be able to.
Mweshimiwa Jim, one thing that is questioned here, because I mean, look, it could be seen as a rarity, right? That you bring a motion of impeachment twice in a. It's a year. It's twice in a year. Impeach once, impeach twice in 12 months. Shouldn't you then all seek fresh mandate from the people? And this is a question that has come up. If this is proving so difficult, because obviously there's a clash of personalities here, that is clear. Whether these counts hold water or not, there's a clash of personalities. There are issues as per the stuff of her governorship and her leadership, right? Would it not make sense to dismantle this whole house of cards and say, you know what, let's go back to the ballot and see if the people of Meru, for whom all of you represent, members of the county assembly, the governorship, all elected, should you not just go back and say, look guys, can we start this thing from the beginning? Would it work?
You have a governor who can't agree with her deputy, can't agree with MCS, can't agree with a single MP in Meru, can't agree with anyone in leadership in Meru.
So she's the problem.
Can't agree with all the people. If you got a driver from here going to Embu, then he causes an accident at maybe somewhere around Nyayo Stadium, causes an accident around Kasarani, causes an accident around Thika, is involved in another accident maybe around Sagana. Now, before he gets to Hembu, he has like 7 accidents. You think the people on the road are the problem?
Maybe the road is bad.
What do you think? For him only? Or her? So, in terms of seeking fresh mandate, I think the problem is one person. And even in the time of Jonah, when there was a problem with the boat, they did not really...
They threw away.
They did not throw the whole boat because now one person has a problem with Jonah. So I think that's what should happen. Because they don't believe really Meru has a problem. It's only one person who has a problem.
We're coming to an end, but in all honesty, was she not popularly elected?
Is she not still?
She was popularly elected, but also we were also popularly elected, and that's why I think the people who drafted the constitution foresaw such a problem. That's why they put the issue of impeachment. So now when people make a mistake in ballot, it can be corrected.
Also, people may have made a mistake by voting her in. Is that what you're saying?
Actually, they are regretting now. Yes. Yes. And actually,
so what
impeachment,
your solution here is...
Before we go, we have, let me tell you another thing we have done. On 14th this month, we organized a meeting and invited the governor and Home leadership to see whether we can solve issues at Thika Sunstar. She never appeared. Instead, she sent over 200 goons from Meru to come and in the meeting. She has a letter. I said, I did the letters.
She did not appear.
And the leadership, the MPs, the CSs, we want them to talk about Meru. She never appeared. So what do? We have 7, actually from today, we have at least a possibility of 7 more impeachments. 7. So for us, because we don't want to be blamed by the people at the end of the day that you saw the mess, you never did your work, we will do it as much as possible until Meru is clean.
Jim Mushuri,
as many times as possible.
He's the majority whip in the Meru County Assembly. Thank you very much for joining us. Conversations continue in the next hour. Good morning, 8 a.m.
CPE and KIPSA in various regions across the country. According to the Minister of Education, President William Ruto is expected in Kikuyu, Kiambu County to assess the state of the exams, which will begin with the mathematics at 8 a.m. Now, Education PS Billy Kipsang said that the preparations of the exams has been completed and there is no possibility of exam cheating. Kisumu County Commissioner Hussein Alaso has said that security situation will be heightened in the area during this exam period.
My name is Hussein Alaso Hussein, the County Commissioner Kisumu. We have come here this morning to witness the opening of the container at Kisumu Central for the first day of the exam, both KIPSA and the KCPE. So far, the container was open on good time, and all arrangements have been made. All logistical and security arrangements have been made. So far, so good. There are no challenges up to now. Everything is okay.
Hussein has also pointed out that calm has already returned to Sondu, while stressing that the candidates in the area will sit their exams peacefully.
Get arrangements for areas that you perceive to be hotspots. There are no hotspots. Sondu is now calm. And we have also made adequate security arrangements for the Sondu and the area around Sondu. So there's no cause for alarm. Everything is going on well. Thank you.
Meanwhile, as the debate on incremental school fees starting next year continues, various political and religious leaders have opposed the move, saying it will force many students to drop out of school. Kakamega Catholic Bishop Joseph Obanyi says the decision will deny many their constitutional rights to education, especially now that the cost of living is high.
Kenya imekumbwa na shida sana ya uchumi. Gharama ya maisha imeweza kuathiri watu wote. Na najua ya kwamba wazazi ndio wameathirika hata zaidi kwa sababu lazima walipe karo. Sasa ikiwa serikali haiwezi kuangazia kwanza hili suala la gharama ya maisha, ili lisaidie hata wazazi waweze kujimudu, wapate pesa, waweze kulipa karo, hata tukiongeza karo, hiyo ni kuongeza shida. Na hiyo shida sasa haisaidii huyu mtoto ambaye ana haki ya elimu. Nimeona shule zikiwa na shida nyingi sana ya kifedha. Hata kumaliza muhula imekuwa ni kazi kubwa. Serikali haistahili kufanya hivyo. Serikali inatakiwa kutoa pesa zote zile ambazo zinastahili kutolewa, zisaidie shule.
Obanyi, while speaking in Muga Girls High School, asked parents not to be worried about their children's performance as the girls will perform well.
Mwanzoni mwa mwaka tulikuwa na changamoto, tuliweza kuleta hofu, lakini tunamshukuru Mungu ya kwamba yote yaliweza kuisha, na kama tulivyoona hata katika misa, watainiwa wamejiandaa vilivyo. Wako na imani na matumaini ya kwamba wataweza kufaulu katika mitihani yao. Hivyo nawashukuru washikadau wote wale ambao waliweza kuandamana katika nyakati ngumu na hawa wenzetu na shule kuweza kuendelea.
The Kenya Human Rights Commission has demanded unequivocal apologies from King Charles III, whose said visit to Kenya begins tomorrow. The KHRC urged the King to apologize for mass and systemic atrocities, historic land injustices and corporate-related violations involving the British government and British corporations. According to KHRC, between 1985 and 1963, the colonial government expanded prime land and introduced policing culture that suppressed Africans and oversaw human rights violations, particularly during the 1952 emergency.
We hope President Ruto will prioritize this in his meetings with the King. We shall never relent until justice for all the victims and the families affected is fully served. May justice be our shield and defenders, and we say, aluta continua. As we don't rest, once we take up an issue, we don't rest until justice is served.
However, UK Ambassador to Kenya Neil Wigan stated that the King would not issue an apology as that would complicate things legally back home, adding that the UK will acknowledge the difficult parts of history.
So we haven't made an apology really in any context. It's an extremely difficult thing to do. So what we think we want to do is we want to acknowledge the difficult bits of history. We want to talk about them openly, both to the countries which were affected, but also, as I say, to the individuals and communities. So an apology starts to take you into difficult legal territory. And so, to say there, the settlement that we made was an out-of-court settlement, so it showed our sincerity and our desire and our openness about recognising that abuses had been committed. But that was the route that we chose and was accepted by the Myanmar Veterans Association.
This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto, good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Okay, so it's a few minutes after 8 o'clock and it's busy in the city. Uhuru Highway is busy going all the way through to the CBD out towards Westlands. You're going to get to that to Haile Selassie Junction and things are going to slow down considerably because there's a lot of traffic there. It's Monday morning and things are getting stickier by the minute. Coming off of Thika Superhighway, it's also very heavy. We're coming in from Kiambu Road with bumper-to-bumper traffic going through towards Muthaiga Square. All right, let's look at what's happening and coming in from Ruaka, Northern Bypass, Kitisuru, Ruaka Road, United Nations Avenue. All of that coming in because of the construction is going to slow down considerably as well. As you're coming in from Westlands, James Gishu is busy spilling over towards Wayaki Way. It's all coming from Gong Road, Gitanga Road, and then touching in on that part. Into the CBD, it's busy. Rilo Dinga Way busy as well. Coming in from Langata Road, it's that Monday morning. Hopefully things don't get manic. We'll be here for it. Let us know what's going on where you are and we'll talk Spice FM. KE on X.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up.
All right, 7 minutes after 8, Kenya's biggest conversation. We get onto the third hour of the Situation Room. Karibu sana if you're just joining us on KTN Home, on Spice FM, on YouTube, or on Facebook. We are getting onto the second week of Zari.
Yes.
On Maisha Magic Plus.
Yes.
Beautiful show. What's happening today on Zari?
Well, Today is what? Today's Monday. Yes, it is. Now, there are people called Lola and Dylan, right? And there's a baby 20 years ago that had been taken over by the help. And the father has come back and he said, you know what? I want my baby back. Baby has decided, actually, you know what? I'm not really interested whether my would-be father is a millionaire. I just don't want to be played with. And so it opens up this week for us to find out about how this child will either accept or refuse to go to the home of her real father. It's drama, and more that's unfolding. It's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and it's airing at 8:30 p.m. And you also get into Thursday and Friday as well. All you need to do is tune into DSTV channel 163 and GoTV channel 3 starting 8 p.m. Monday to Friday. The magic has been opened for you to experience. You can also download the DSTV, My DSTV app or the My GoTV app when you dial *423# and you can get and stay connected.
Let's talk about Kiwi. Okay? As we talk about Kiwi.
Yes.
New look Kiwi.
I like
this
it.
one. Kiwi is known for two very good jingles. Hebu jitokeze, jionyeshe, simama, mbele ya watu. Right?
That was a good one.
That was a very good one.
And then there was the other one.
You guys have good memories.
Remember that one, Peter?
Sometimes I think the world of advertisement misses some of the good things about adverts.
Some of those very creative jingles.
Very creative ones.
Yes. Kiwi has been here for many years. Kiwi is a trusted brand when it comes to protecting your shoe and your shine. This is it. And now they're telling you, you know what? As we talk about protecting your shoe and your shine, remember also school fees is going to come. And Shika.
So what you need to do is walk into your supermarkets today and buy a tin of Kiwi Black. And you know what? It's going to guarantee, if you win, that your school fees is not what to worry about. And it is not that you will get 35,000 shillings to put in your pocket that you use from now till December. It means that 35,000 shillings stands up for grabs that will be paid directly to school. School, not to your pocket.
It's school fees.
School fees. So you'll be all right. So you can imagine shiny shoes and school fees come a very long January are two things that you need. So buy a tin of Kiwi, pop the lid, and the code under the lid is what you send and see if you stand a chance to win.
Yep.
Kiwi.
And it's written right there. Star for what?
Star for 459 hash. That's star 459 hash. Enter the code under the lid, and as usual, terms and conditions apply.
Kabisa. We're joined by Peter Mushendu. Peter is a political commentator and analyst of things that are happening in the country. He's going to be our guest for the next hour. Good morning, Peter.
Good morning to you, Eric.
It's been a while since we last had you.
It's been, but I think it's you I've missed a bit.
Yeah.
Been here twice and you haven't been
in my absence.
You know.
It's called bad timing. Bad timing.
You know.
Today, perfect timing.
Yes.
Karibu sana to Kenya's biggest conversation again.
Asante, nimeshukuru.
City has the day's proverb. This week's proverbs are from
the Republic of Burundi.
Mm-hmm.
If you are dancing with your rivals, don't close your eyes.
If you're dancing with your rivals, don't close your eyes.
Yes. Don't.
What's the interpretation of that, Mushendu?
I think I'll do a direct one. They might just step on your toes.
To get you out of the dance.
Yes. You know, in the tradition of where I come from, there used to be this dance known as Muomboko. And that is where young men of these days used to go hunt for girls to marry. So the easiest way of pushing out competition was stepping on their toes.
On whose toes?
On the fellow young men as you're dancing. You know?
Get them off the dance floor.
Yes, so you need to watch out, otherwise you'll be put off the dance floor. Yes.
Nice one. So what are they telling us, the Burundians, with this? What are they telling us to watch out for?
I think if you are to look at that proverb, there is a question inside there you would ask yourself. In the first place, why are you dancing with your rivals? And I think this can resonate very well with the Kenyan politics. And sometimes the kind of rhetoric that comes after elections makes you wonder why we even have elections. Because if rivals and opponents are going to dance together. So I kind of think that this would resonate very well with the Kenya Kwanza government. Trying to dance with rivals, they might just step on their toes. And in this, I am referring to the so-called talks. Yes.
Why are you calling them so-called?
I personally have my reservations, and I think I have time and again here said I have reservations in regard to those talks. Because I personally believe that if we are going to have a new IEBC, there is a provision in law that provides the process, and this provision was passed by the National Assembly. And we do not need to have talks outside the preview of the law that we have passed and owned it ourselves.
Okay.
You know, one of the things that is interesting about not just our politics, but politics, if you look at political activities and if you look at politicians and everyone who is in that sphere, There are a great many things that they're involved in that go outside the purview of the law. Not that they abrogate the law, but they go outside the purview of the law. Why? Because, as you say, what is politics? Politics, as a definition, it is the art of what? Doing the impossible. Making possible the seemingly impossible. There is something called the reality of our constitution, the reality of our laws. We had a 2010 constitution, and one could successfully argue that over the last, 10, 15 years, what we've been doing is trying to see if this experiment called the new constitution is actually working. Now, when you put the constitution to the test, the only way you put it to the test is when you implement it or attempt to implement it. Then you see how it actually resonates. Like the discussions that we currently have with handshake or no handshake, I think it boils down to that very discussion of this presidential system that we have. Is it actually working for us? Does it represent what it was thought by those who enacted it that it would? If it was working, then the fury or the furious manner in which the discussions around this particular presidential matter takes place wouldn't be there. Because it is something that people would gently have agreed upon. But that it is a constant discussion. It means, politically speaking, the reality of that law is now being faced, and it is clear that there is a need to have this discussion all over again. Not just about the presidency, but very many other things in the Constitution. That is why there is always an allowance for amendments. The amendments tell you this isn't quite working the way one thought or one wanted, so let's amend it to see how that now will work.
And I don't have a problem with amending our constitution, because the constitution of the biggest democracy in quotes in the world, the United States of America, has survived because of the amendments. In fact, most people in the world know the amendments more than they know the American Constitution. So amending the Constitution is not the problem. The problem is that what is that ignites that amendment? Are we igniting it based on actually honest reasons? This is why we are amending the Constitution. These talks are based on someone refusing to accept reality. And there is no way you will tell me the subsequent child that is born out of that will actually be a legitimate child that is owned by all Kenyans. I mean, look at the process we have used to get to the Constitution 2010. The Ufungamano Initiative, the Yashpal guy, sijui Naivasha draft, sijui what draft, Kilifi draft, and all those things. But what I love about that entire process, it is because after so much deliberations, because it was based on there was a genuine push to change the Constitution so that we can have a paradigm shift on our governance. And that is why we got the Constitution 2010. But the amendments that are coming, look at, it was called what? This one that was being pushed by Uhuru Kenyatta? BBI. Where was it based? It was not based on genuine reasons. It was based on a road to be able to satisfy individuals who could not accept reality. And therefore, when I say I don't have a problem with an amendment, but let it be based on genuine reasons, if at all we can actually get there as a nation. Because whenever you hear there is a clamor to change this law, most of it is not based on reason. Look at why did we hurry to change the election laws that we are now saying that we also need to change again. So for me, it's not a question of amending the Constitution, because a Constitution anywhere in the world is a progressive document. It continues to be amended to be in tandem with the changing times. That I don't have a problem with. I have a problem with why do we amend Constitution as a nation? We are based it on somebody's refusal to accept that you can participate in an election and you can lose and live to fight another day.
Somebody else's quest to create some new offices.
This is the whole thing. This is the whole thing. It is not. I'll tell you one of the problems, and I want you to look at our Constitution. We are very quick to implement changes that provides possessions. Those ones are implemented Haraka. They have, yes, there are timelines in the constitution. They are implemented. But I want you to look on any change in our constitution that changes the mode of how our finance is managed.
Okay.
We don't have, look at the judicial fund. Ever been executed?
Now it's being...
Look at, we devolved health, we devolved agriculture. Did we devolve the money to pay the extension officers that we seconded to the counties, or the health officers we sent to the counties? There is always a problem in this country in terms of when anybody at the top hears money is going to be devolved. Yes, so that's the problem I have, that if we can actually implement the financial gains the Constitution 2010 gave us, we can actually get where, because devolving offices without devolving money that actually provides services to the people, it is a game, or it is just a game of musical chairs. Just devolve positions and you don't devolve resources. What is the purpose of having county governments that
so
can
if you come
actually...
to one central problem that we're looking at here, and I think that comes into the crux of the matter that we're discussing this morning, is that there's so many things that are happening simultaneously. Right? So there is this bid to stabilize the economy. There's a lot going on. I mean, the shilling has been on free fall for the last 6 months, 6 to 9 months actually. We're looking at trying to get a handle on debt as the country, as government, as the executive, trying to make sure that, manage the debt that's there, and be careful about borrowing tomorrow, maybe. There are many things that are going on in terms of conversations around governance and leadership to try and be able, the talks that you talk of speaking today, BOMAS, other things, constitution of an IEBC, looking at electoral reforms. There are so many pots that are boiling at the same time. And you have an administration that's a year old who's come in and said, look, we found a mess in government, not just financially, but other things. So with that explanation that they give and the things that we are seeing today, skyrocketing cost of living, fuel through the roof, energy, crazy. Are we giving the government too hard of a time when we say, you know what, get your ducks in a row? Are we being too hard on them?
Well, the truth, and these are the facts, and unfortunately that is the truth. One, when this government came in, we are already on the reds in terms of our borrowing. That's a fact. Number two, at the time this government came in, there is a limit you cannot go beyond in terms of taxing people. Because the limit that if you go beyond today taxing Kenyans more than they are already being taxed, you're looking at a revolution. And I have not seen a revolution at the 20th century that has built in a country. I want you to look at the country Egypt. The economy went back like it used to be double digits. When the revolution came, it went almost to zero. Tunisia, Venezuela, name all these countries where revolutions. And revolutions comes when people cannot put food on their table. Because revolutions will never start with economic hardships. It starts with an empty stomach. And therefore, when this government came, it can only tax people so much. You can only borrow so much. And that is why, for me, I want to believe that I saw the other day a newspaper shouting a frying president. I think it was the headline.
It was in the Standard.
It's in the Standard, I think. But I would want to be convinced that, yes, the president is going out there. But somebody should be honest enough to tell us what is he going to do. Because if you look at his last 10 visits critically, including the last one that was that he went to Riyadh the other day, the biggest component of his visit, it is what is called investment. Because borrowing, we cannot continue to borrow the same way we are borrowing. Today, Kenyans are crying, and I have said that the biggest business for this country and for this government, it is to ensure that food cost will come down. I don't want to get into the economic jargon that they need to use. I'm not an economist. But there is one thing I know, that for Kenyans to even listen to you, for Kenyans to even get interested by any other things you are doing in terms of bringing bills to control how money is brought to the counties, that Kenyans has to have a full stomach. Otherwise, we are looking at a catastrophe in this country. We are looking at something that is going to boil down. When the NYS, the National Police Service, invites 300 applicants here and 7,000 people who have gone through NYS shows up, that does not put an encouragement face in some of us when we face
So the president's trips are to bring investors into the country.
Because that right now the only component that is going to salvage our economy. It is introducing new investment in this country.
So when should we start getting the dividend of these trips?
But you see, when you go to an investment, and I say this with utmost respect to the Kenya Invest. Kenya Invest is a government institution that is tasked with onboarding investors into this country.
Yeah.
And June, I think Madam June is the acting CEO of Kenya Invest. For me, I think one of the things is that we need to restructure Kenya Invest because the president is going out there. He is onboarding investors. But when you onboard investors, and I have decried the same thing here, when an investor comes here, he needs to find a one-stop shop. An investor has no business lining out at Electricity House. An investor has no business lining out at Kenya Revenue Authority.
At City Hall.
He has no business going to queue at KEBS. Or he has no business going to do at the special economic zone so that you can get the enterprise license to do business. These are things that Kenya Invest needs to have a one-stop shop for investors. Otherwise, those trips by the president may not yield the fruits we are looking for. If today Eric Latiff is approached by this government and he comes to this country to invest $1 billion, and he finds that he needs to deal with 25 government institutions on his own to be able to start producing, it is not going to work. You know, if you go to Rwanda Invest...
Are you saying that the president is not aware of this?
No, he is.
Now he is on to his second minister in charge of trade and investment.
Yes.
And industry.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Which is basically this job.
Yes.
The previous minister, Moses Kuria, did the same number of trips. I mean, he equally traveled.
Yes.
Same way.
Yes.
Seeking to attract investors into the country.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
There's a new minister in charge of trade, Rebecca Miano.
Yes.
Doing the same.
Yes.
The president is doing the same.
Yes.
But you're saying back home, the structures are not conducive for the investors.
And I'm saying this with utmost respect.
So then comes my question.
Yes.
When shall we get the dividend of all these trips by the ministers for trade and by the president, the chief ambassador?
Even
our ambassadors abroad.
I'll tell you, for investors who are coming to already established institutions who have started to invest, I'll give you an example. If today you are coming to invest at Tatu Seti, for instance, or you are coming to invest in Konza Technopolis. At Konza Technopolis, when you come, everything you need is one-stop shop.
Okay.
You need a CESA license, that is a special economic zone license, so that you are exempted from paying huge taxes, so that you're given a leeway to be able to produce, and you're given what is called a grace period of a number of years to do. If you're going to consult, right now, last week I was attending a Polish Kenyans Invest Conference here in Nairobi. We have investors who have gone to Konza to do fabrications in the new technologies of fabricating metals, windows, and what have you. That investor, he just came, brought his money, and brought his prowess. Tatu Seti has done every required licensing for him. And this is why I am saying that yes, the president is doing what he must do. But I will also approve on His Excellency the President and the new trade minister to put the Kenya Invest House in order. And this goes out to the PS. The PS for investment is Abu Bakar. Abu is the PS investment. They need to put Kenya Invest in order so that when we are introducing an investor to come and deal with plastics, or an investor to come and deal with minerals, like the new investors you have seen in Voi, where the president opened the gem refining company. That is an investor that the president approved on him to come from wherever he came. He is able to do that because that place has been declared a special economic zone, which means that everything you need needs to be provided by CESA so that you can be able to do business. And what I am saying in simple, the president is doing his bit in bringing investors, but I also think that he needs to crack the whip.
It's also his bit then.
It is his bit to crack the whip so that people like Kenya Invest can actually come. They need to do due diligence. You realize that today, Chinese come here, they come with a very big business they want to do that is not done in Kenya. 2-3 months down the line, a Chinese who came here to produce the formula of making mattresses and supply it to those who produce, he is here producing mattresses. He is here doing woodwork. He is here doing matchboxes. He is here. That's why I'm telling you, Kenya Invest needs to pull up their socks. They need to ensure that any investor that is coming is not coming to threaten the small businesses that are being done by Kenyans. If you are inviting Eric Latiff to come and invest, let Eric come and invest in a technological investment that changes the shape of a certain business, not to come and do the same thing we as Kenyans are doing. And that is the process.
Should we as Kenyans be queuing up at City Hall, at KRA?
We shouldn't. And I've always said that you need to do an online system that allows, yes, the government must come up with a mechanism of doing due diligence. That is okay, because we cannot have every Tom, Dick and Harry coming to invest in Kenya and we don't know what they do. Yes, do due diligence before Eric Latiff sets his foot on the plane to come. As an investor, do your due diligence there. What is this who is this investor? Is he known in his country? Is his investment known? How does he make money? How does he bank? Where does he get his money? Where does he get his performance board, advance board to start business?
I want us to take a break.
Look
Peter.
at those things.
But as we go into this break, think about this.
Yes.
Very many companies that are owned by Kenyans, many factories have shut down.
True.
Our focus is on bringing in external investors. How about looking at those Kenyan investors whose businesses have gone under and are on the brink of going under?
Yes.
What kind of support should they be getting? Should there be equal focus on them staying afloat? Should there be equal focus on going to industrial area and finding all those very many factories that are not operating at optimum capacity because of very many factors? Should we be focusing on those ones as we focus on bringing in external funding, or should we just focus on bringing in external funding?
I think
about it.
Yes.
Let's take a break. We'll be back shortly. 28 minutes to 9. Peter Mushendo is a political analyst, and he's our guest this morning.
This is one of the hottest show that we can ever miss in the morning, and it's a show that really gives a real situation in the Situation Room.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you guys so much. Nice meeting you. And even beautiful in person more than in photos.
Say that again.
Character is like pregnancy. You cannot hide it. People hiding here and there, but after 2-3 months, 5 months, now you see. So that is why the attitude that you were showing us, you're pregnant.
It's like what my grandmother would say. You cannot pickpocket a naked man.
How's that? It's communal, isn't it?
No comment.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
17 degrees, partly cloudy conditions in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 25. Looking into a cloudy Nyeri at 18 with highs of 25 as well. It's sunny at 17 in Nakuru with highs of 25, and Eldoret is sunny at 18 with highs of 24 and lows of 11. We're looking into a sunny now after the short rain Mombasa at 26 with highs of 31, and Malindi is sunny at 28 with highs of 31 and lows of 25. Kisumu this morning is sunny at 22 with highs of 29, and Kakamega is sunny at 21 with highs of 28. Looking into a cloudy Kampala at 20, highs of 29, and Dar es Salaam is sunny at 27 with highs of 30. Mogadishu is sunny at 28. And Addis at 14 is mostly cloudy. Mostly cloudy at 26 in Lagos with highs of 32. And Johannesburg is sunny at 4 with highs of 9. And in Kinshasa this morning, sunny at 25 with highs of 32 and lows of 24.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Monday morning has a lot of traffic coming off of Langata Road as you get out towards the Nyeri Stadium roundabout. Some of that will go towards Raila Odinga Way, and we're still seeing busyness happening on the Thika Superhighway through towards the fork in the road that goes towards Muranga Road or then Wangari Maathai. Chiromo is busy into the city. It's all coming off of Waiaki Way, which in turn comes off of James Gishuru. And there's quite some traffic in the middle of all of that. The construction on coming off of United Nations Avenue, Rako Road, Limuru Road still happens. And so that slows things down considerably. We're still looking at a lot of traffic this morning. Let's see what happens in about half hour or so. Help us out, folks. Keep things moving. We'll talk on SpiceFM, KE on X.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
2049, our conversation. Morning, this issue of the president's travel is just one of many issues where, Kenyans will raise something or the other. They'll talk about, okay, this president is making very many trips abroad. And the question that's being asked alongside that is, how much is it costing? What's the cost-benefit analysis of all these trips versus what we are getting in return? But this is just showing you that there's questions that Kenyans are asking of their government. Maybe these are the benefits of the new constitution, that, people are aware, people are able to speak, people have the freedom to express themselves, and people have the freedom to also question.
Yes.
They're questioning very many things. You question things about the office of the president. You question things about being done by the deputy president's office, the prime cabinet secretary's office, the various cabinet secretaries, basically government in general, Kenya Revenue Authority, the Ministry of Finance, the counties. Are we being unfairly critical?
I think
one of
the things I have found to be very shallow when reporting about the presidential spending, it is that the successive, especially print journalists who have been reporting on this matter extensively, they have not told us that when you talk about the office of the president covers that spending covers three offices. It covers the office of the deputy president and the office of the prime cabinet secretary. Their budget are within the money that was reported that have been spent on travels. It is actually covering three offices: the office of His Excellency the President, His Excellency the Deputy President, and the Prime Cabinet Minister.
But they are also.
Yes, I'm just getting there.
There's a presidency, yes. But there's also what has been earmarked. This is
what they have covered, and I'm inviting you to look at it when I'm inviting you to look.
This is what to be spent by the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary.
That's what I'm telling you. I'm inviting you to get the documentation for the same, and you realize that the entire money mentioned in the newspapers covers the three offices.
All right.
Now, two is it is within the right and the purview of Kenyans to ask questions. That is one of the benefits of the Constitution 2010, that it gives you the ability to ask the questions you feel you have not been satisfied with, the right answers. But also, when we report that the president has spent 50 million or 60 million to travel to Riyadh or to travel to wherever, are we diligent enough to tell the Kenyans after he spent 50 million to go to this place, this is how much investment he got, And this is how much actually has now come in to the country, because going out there...
Whose job is that?
Yes, going out there... You see what I'm saying is...
Whose job is it?
You see what I'm saying is... If as a reporter you want to come and report that the president was here and he spent this, you also be diligent enough to tell us he got this investment, and out of that investment, this actually has come to the country.
So are you saying that reporters don't mention?
They don't. They don't. Look at
For
those
example,
stories.
when the president was in China a couple of weeks ago,
yes,
and it came back that there was some funding then that would come to
No,
Kenya.
signing of
as a
deals
signing
worth
of
X
deals
amount.
worth X
Yes.
amount. Was that not sufficient?
No. What I'm saying is, you know, like for instance, when the president went to China, his trip has costed, if it goes much, it has not costed above 100 million Kenya shillings. I'm just giving an example.
Okay.
But as I am a director at the Konza Technopolis, we are one of the biggest beneficiary of the trip to China, where an investor has already signed a deal, and we are breaking ground in a month of $148 million. He's coming to do something called Konza Medical City, to come and start assembling the medical gadgets, like the machines that control the pacemakers and all those things. So that is a deal that is already signed. In fact, the videos you see from China, the president at that deal signing, that is the CEO of Konza Technopolis signing the deal. $148 million investment at Konza. Vis-a-vis the amount of money the president spent to go to China. So what I am lacking, and I have not seen any reporter do, especially print journalists, it is a comparative analysis of what the president has spent vis-a-vis the amount of investment that he has brought. Is that trip worth spending that money for?
Let me tell you, Peter.
Yes.
The budget
Yes.
is a definite figure.
Yes.
It's a definite amount.
Yes.
In this financial year,
Yes.
this is the budget.
Yes.
And in that budget, there is what's going to be recurrent expenditure, there's what's going to be spent by ex-offices on travel and all, right?
Yes.
It's clear.
Yes.
And it ends within a year.
Yes.
The investments that have been attracted, by whether it's the trip individually by the CEO of Ken Invest or the board of Konza Technopolis, or the president or the cabinet secretary in charge of investment. That's what I'm saying. The dividend is a separate conversation altogether. Now, should we be able to be equating everything and saying, in this 1 year, we have spent 4 trillion shillings. Out of the 4 trillion shillings budget, we have spent 2 trillion shillings on, facilitating conversations on investment. And this is how much we've attracted. Right? Is there no office that's supposed to be doing that for us?
You see the problem, and this is assuming whatever amount His Excellency and the government officials have spent is this amount. Have they spent money outside the purview of the budget? Because the budget making process in this country starts in February, where the first budget estimates are tabled in Parliament.
Let's say they haven't.
Yes.
Let us just say that they have not.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Is it justifiable? That's the question.
This is the thing, and that is what I have said.
That is the question.
That is the question.
If you look
Exactly.
At today's Business Daily,
yes.
There is a supplementary budget before Parliament.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
It is seeking to increase what budget approved
as
the financial budget for the 2023-2024 year.
Yes.
From 3.6 trillion shillings, we'll go to about 3.9 trillion shillings. Okay, we are increasing our spending.
Yes.
And in that increasing of spending, we are allocating more money to various offices and programs. For example, there's an allocation of extra 759 million shillings to the office of the Deputy President. The question is, when you hear that, while then you juxtapose that with the fact that schools have closed and capitation money has not been sent to schools. When you hear that there are various programs that are still lagging because of lack of funding for them, then you ask yourself, did the president have to travel? Did the deputy president have to travel? Are these travels absolutely necessary?
Must they go out for these investments to come in? Must they be the ones who are actually there for these things to happen? And if they are, then all the other officials we have, the ministers and what have you, what do they do? Secondly,
and even domestic travel.
Yes.
Must we spend 8 billion shillings in the presidency?
More importantly, Peter, you say you're a director at the Kwanza Technopolis.
Yes.
These investments that we speak of, how exactly do they help us?
You know, let me say this, and I will say this, and I have said this again here, that I have not supported the idea of, especially for me, the domestic travels. For ministers working with 6-7 vehicles, because I think the president and the people who handle the president needs to look at a linear means of travel in this sense. When the president, for instance, comes to my village, do you know, you start looking at anybody from the governor, from the MPs around, chief, you know, everybody. 90% of the entourage that follows the president is spending Kenyan money.
Yep.
And the question is, for instance, if the president is coming for a function for the Minister of Health, does the entire government in the county government need to stop or need to go to that event?
More importantly, does the president need to be there for that function?
Yes, you know, those are okay. When it comes to the president, I don't like. I cannot limit. He's the symbol of national unity, and sometimes he's not in the events because there is a professional role he's playing. He is in those events because he is by the law.
Peter,
and the
we are getting to a point where
yes.
we actually forget the ministers, because the president does everything that ministers should do. The president seems to do everything that
I think one of the things, and I said here, that has lacked since this administration came, it is something that you study called the statecraft. And the statecraft is what allows Eric Ratif, if he's a minister, it is what allows him to operate within the purviews of his ministry with authority and be able to make what is called definitive decisions and finality and everything. And that is one of the things that we continue to struggle with in the administration, that the statecraft is not working where you institutionalize power. For instance, if you are the Minister for Internal Security, there is the purview, and to these remits you've been given enough authority to make conclusive and decisions with finality. That is one of the things that is making the president being able to do everything. The president at some point will need to stop and pause and ask himself whether in actual sense he needs to be doing some of the things, or some of these things needs to be, because you know, the reason why the Constitution provides that there is going to be a cabinet, there is going to be permanent secretaries. In government, there are two levels when you are administrative. There is the policy level, and there is the implementation level. The ministers and His Excellency the President and their advisors are on what is called the policy level making. After they create and develop policies, it is the work of the permanent secretaries to be able to implement. Job number one for a PS is to be the chief finance officer of that state department.
Do I hear you to say,
yes,
Peter,
yes,
that there's lack of trust on the side of the president, of the individuals that he's appointed to make this policy and to eventually implement it? It doesn't matter where you're looking, whether you're looking in security, whether you're looking in education, industry, investment, whatever it is. Because you said, if they're actually working, you wouldn't need to see the president everywhere that you see him. Is that what you're saying? That he doesn't trust those he's appointed?
I think one of the things that I think would advise where the president has taken that position, it is the misuse of statecraft and state authority by the previous administration. If you look at the previous administration of His Excellency the President Uhuru Kenyatta. I'll give you an example, and I say this with tremendous respect. One of the time we went to Murang'a, and the President was coming at a function, and we had the chairman of the National Water Conservation, we had the chairman of Earth Water. It was a water function. We had quite a number of chairmans. It actually surprised me that one of the guys saying hi to the president, President Amuja, siku hizi uko wapi? I am the chairman. Yeah, walikupea kazi. Then I'm like, if I go back to the act, the job of appointing a chair of a state corporation is the purview of the president. But what the president, the Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta did, he actually pushed all that authority to one office of the permanent secretary in the interior. He was making all the decisions, and some of the things we have seen gone wrong were being done by people who are appointed, and the president whose name and under signature appears in the Kenya Gazette does not know them. So that is where the President William Ruto is coming from, that people are given authority and they misuse it. Nonetheless, when you are administering government, there has to be a level of something called mutual trust. That if I give Eric Latiff a job, I am giving him because I believe in his ability and capacity to execute. With equal measures, you must provide Eric an opportunity and a frame under which he is able to deliver on the mandate. That is one of the things in this government we have not yet, because it's good to be honest, we have not realized that ministers, and I have always said, and you remember here, as one of the against the onslaught of the honorable former interior minister, Matiang. If you remember the first time I came here, I was against the onslaught. You remember when this government came, there was an onslaught on the honorable Fred Matiang. With his shortcomings or his biasness that he looked at, the idea of going against Matiang is one of the ideas that is eating up to us now, because no government official is willing to go an extra mile for the fear of what may happen.
I'm sorry, Peter, but I think sometimes also what we do is that we're not honest in our conversation. We're not honest in the things that we are saying. That yes, there is a lot of travel being done by the president. These things are happening. We cannot run away from that. And that we have to ask the question about whether it's justifiable. We had a conversation early this morning about the spend that's happening in the office of the deputy president, and we have to ask ourselves, all right, if one can equate to the other, then we back off and we say, okay. But we must ask these questions, because we started off by saying, are we being too hard? But I don't think there's anything like being too hard where you have fundamentals in the country that are not working. I could talk about education until December next year. That children went to school in a new system this year and they didn't start learning until second term. That children went to school and that books were not distributed until the second week of the second term in this country. That today an exam started 22 minutes ago and there are some children whose fate is unknown in terms of whether they're going to sit it or not because attention has not been paid. All of that falls under policy. That capitation has not been given out. For the third term of the year that has ended already in terms of education, and nobody's asking questions, nobody's saying this is nobody's actually giving answers as to saying this is the reason why. For a sector that has the biggest portion when it comes to the budget, nobody's asking questions, but we're focusing on, okay, he's traveled, where has he gone? We're talking about a health system for which a coverage was launched the other day where facilities in this country today do not have running water, for crying out loud. Those are the fundamental issues that we're talking about. Those are the issues for which we should demand answers and saying, all right, fine. Sure, you've gone out and you've traveled and policy perhaps is being implemented, but what is happening in your house? And I think that's the question that we ought to be asking and saying, yes, you can travel and bring back investment. You're saying that there are things that have been done when you went to China, when you went to Saudi. That's fine. But what is happening in your house? Are your children eating? Are your children going to school?
The last time...
Is the roof on your house still there?
The last time I came here, the last time I was here, I'm glad that we had a conversation on health. and we had a conversation on other things. I agree with you 100%, and I have raised this issue at the risk of being told you are fighting government. But there are two fundamental things in this country that if people are joking with, you need to crack the whip, and this has to start at the office of the president. Education and health. These are, you remember when the president Kenyatta took office, some of the three things that he promised to look at is education was one of them, and health was another, and plus housing, and of course putting food on people's tables. If you look at health, and I have asked this question in so many other platforms, that what as a government are we doing about health, considering that health in our constitution is a devolved, it is a devolved function. If you want a universal health care to work in this country, the national government has to ensure county government are streamlining the health, because level 5 going down is the preview of the county government. So I agree with you, and one of the things that needs, as you have asked, needs to be asked. Yes, the president is traveling, the president is bringing investors, but equally, we have gone through parliament in a process of budgeting, and we allocated money to the free primary education. We allocated money for the externalization of the new system, that is the junior secondary. To date, there are schools that do not have, junior secondary school classes. But mark you, we have budgeted 154 million shillings to every CDF in this republic. And the work of the CDF is education and security.
Peter, of what use is the allocation of this money if it never gets?
You see, let me tell you, the disease that is begetting this country, and that is what His Excellency the President must arrest today if he is going to be seen to work. Today, you see, we cannot move into a conversation of investment if we have not worked on the conversation of the needful thing for the society to happen, and that is education. It is very sad. It is actually upsetting that up to now we are at the actually kids have crossed. The only kids that are remaining in school are the ones that are doing the exams. If you have not provided capitation, the minister should be responsible. Our system has failed from, because as a citizen, I am a citizen, I am supposed to ask questions. I've donated power to my member of parliament, who is supposed to summon and speak on my behalf. We have failed in our legislature. We have failed in our implementation, that is the State Department for Basic Education, that is led by the PS Berio Kipsang. Have they given us the reason why they have not done capitation? You know, it is sad for me to sit here and read that the newspaper that there is 750 million shillings that is being sought for the office of the deputy president, and you cannot be able to pay capitations. At that point, it beats
all
the logic.
boils down to
are
Kenyans being unfairly critical of the government.
I don't think
this
they
is
are.
where the conversation comes from.
I don't think they are.
When you look at the spending, and the spending is actually going up. So we've seen this even the last 10 years of Uhuru's government. Most of the time, a supplementary budget, Parliament would pass in a budget in June that we know it's going to be this amount. But by the end of the year, we are going to spend this amount. And this is what supplementary budgets have been known to do. We are seeing it again this time. There's a supplementary budget increasing the budget by 187 billion shillings. Just most of it spending. The money that you allocated for the critical social things, health, education, even ensuring that there is security, is it being prudently utilized? Are you saying that, we have realized that there is a problem with the money that is going for capitation, it's not enough, so let's go to supplementary budget and get money from this area and reorganize it in here? Because that's the whole purpose of supplementary budget, not to increase. It is basically, it should be looking at reallocation.
It's also very important to be
reappropriation.
The supplementary budget is allowed to do things, to two things.
We've got to go to the news. We've got to go into the news. But the main question is, if we are not talking about a supplementary budget that will impact education,
then I agree there's
and all, it's a supplementary budget that's going to spend more on training, on hospitality, on this and the other.
The currency expenditure.
Yeah. Are we really on the right track?
Then there is a problem.
We have to ask the people as well to join in this conversation. In the next hour, we open the phone line 0719-012-600. It's time for the news. Good morning, 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. President William Ruto earlier today led the distribution of exams for grade 6 and standard 8 students in Kiambu County, accompanied by Education CS Ezekiel Muchogu among other government leaders. He addressed the candidates at the Kikuyu Township Primary School and wished all the candidates the very best as they start the exams today.
Nawatakia heri, nawatakia baraka ya Mungu, utulifu mkubwa na ushindi katika mtihani huu. Kila mmoja wenu mjue ya kwamba wakati mnafanya mtihani ambayo mnaenda kufanya leo asubuhi, mjue ya kwamba hii mtihani ni ya kuwasaidia muweze kusonga mbele katika masomo yenu. Pray for all the plans and every person who is involved. We pray for their security. We pray, Heavenly Father, for their health, and we pray for their support from their parents, from their teachers, and all the people who are involved.
Residents of Nyeri County are a happy lot after a private investor commenced the construction of an emergency hospital in the county. Speaking in Mugirango North, Governor Amos Nyaribo has vowed to cooperate with the investor to ensure that the hospital is built to benefit the residents. Nyaribo has also promised that his government will fund the studies of some health workers in the county in order to improve the delivery of health services in the county.
Is not increasing their fees when they go to Form 1, and all of them.
Now, the Kwale Governor Fatuma Achani and her predecessor Salim Vuria are on the spot of stalled projects worth in excess of 580 million shillings. The county government is battling at least 52 cases in court, most of them filed by contractors. The revelations emerged during the grilling of Achani by a Senate watchdog committee. The County Public Accounts Committee, chaired by Homa Bay Senator Moses Kajwang, questioned the suspicious termination of contracts for the projects, these even as the county spent millions in the project. The Jubilee Party leaders in Mombasa faulted Governor Abdul Samad Sharif Nasir, accusing him of sidelining Jubilee members in county appointments. The leaders are now demanding that Nasir should honour his promise made to Jubilee during last year's Mombasa gubernatorial race. They said Jubilee members voted overwhelmingly for Nasir as their Azimio la Umoja coalition candidate, contributing to Nasir's definite victory against their opponents. Barake said that this is paramount for leaders under the Azimio coalition to understand that in any development conducted by Azimio governments, Jubilee is also an important stakeholder, and as such they should not be sidelined the way they are currently feeling under Governor Nasir's administration. Now, more than 4,900 Gishu County employees will benefit from better terms and conditions of service to motivate them of improved service delivery to residents. County Executive for Public Service Management Elijah Kasgei said the county will ensure delayed promotions for the employees are implemented as soon as possible. He said Governor Jonathan B is committed to working with employees to help them deliver on his Nguzo Kumi, that is the 10-point development agenda for the county. Kasgei revealed this during a conversation where he also said that he had set aside money to implement the delayed promotion. Now, 7 young women, some of whom are believed to be university students, were detained by police officers in Kakamega County after they were allegedly found engaging in explicit content production within an apartment building in Muyala Ward, Sheiwe sub-county of Kakamega. According to reports, the suspects, including a Ugandan national, led lives that appear to be a stark contrast between their public lives and alleged involvement in the production of explicit content, allowing them to maintain lavish lifestyle hidden from the prying eyes of the neighbors. Residents of Muyala expressed their displeasure with the incident, citing its negative impact on young children. Now, a mob looking for Israelis and Jews overran an airport in Russia's Caucasus Republic of Dagestan after rumors spread that a flight was arriving from Israel. The violence in the mostly Muslim region, which comes as war rages between Israel and Hamas in Gaza, prompted Israel to call on Russia to protect its citizens, while the United States condemned the anti-Semitic protest. The governor of Dagestan promised that those responsible for the incident will be punished. Dozens of protesters broke through doors and barriers at Makachakala Airport, with some charging onto the runway, according to videos posted on social media and Russia's RT and its Vestia media. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
Spice FM. 2 minutes after 9 o'clock, and traffic seems to have dissipated. Coming off of the Northern Bypass, we're still seeing some of that coming through to Limuru Road, and that still seems to be a bit heavy as you're coming off of Red Hill Road as well. Thika Superhighway looking a lot better now as you get through towards Survey, and Kiambu Road also some still there. Touching on Wangari Maathai from Limuru Road, that is still busy. Let's take a look at the Eastern Bypass, North Airport Road, out through towards the Outer Ring Junction. Looks a lot better now. And Lunga and Likoni, where they touch, feeding to the Likoni interchange, has also reduced significantly. Langata Road is still busy all the way through to the Nyayo Stadium roundabout. It's busy on Raila Odinga Way, and we'll still see some of that as we go through to the end of traffic hour. So wits about, folks. Let's see what happens shortly, and we'll talk on Spice FM KE on X.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up.
Room, Kenya's biggest conversation, telling you step up and shine.
Because Kiwi is saying, yes, your shoes can shine, but so can your account, well, actually your school fees account, when it comes to January 2024. So what you need to do is walk into any supermarket today and buy a tin of your Kiwi quality shoe polish, and you will then see the code *459#. You will dial that, and you will send the unique code that you find under the tin towards that with the directions that they give. It could be you that wins 35,000 shillings towards school fees in a month where it's guaranteed to be just a little bit stickier than normal. So this is something that you actually want to do. Step up and shine, buy and win with Kiwi.
Kabisa. It's the way to go.
That's it.
Just like that.
Yeah.
All right. Remember to watch Zari again tonight on Maisha Magic Plus. Also to watch Kasiri, 7:30 p.m. for Kasiri, 8:30 p.m. for Zari on Maisha Magic Plus, DSTV channel 160 163 and GoTV channel 3. You can dial *423#. This is how you get on. You sign up, You stay connected, you pay using the star 423 hash. Is how you interact with DSTV. Or you can download My DSTV or My GoTV app. Get connected. Terms and conditions always apply. City, remind us the day's proverb, please.
Still from the Republic of Burundi.
Okay.
If you are dancing with your rivals, don't close your eyes.
If you're dancing with your rivals, please.
Tafadhali.
Please. Don't close your eyes. Don't. City, do you think Kenyans are being overly unfairly critical of the government?
No, they're not. In fact, they're not being critical enough. You ask me.
Really?
You see, when I say they're not being critical enough, we are reacting to the optics. We have this perennial problem, and man, they don't seem to be diminishing, they seem to be growing. And yet, when we look at the optics here, when we look at the Business Daily, we're looking at huge amounts of monies that for most simple folk like myself, I can't actually even fathom. The number of zeros involved are really very, very many. And you're saying this is the amount of money that is actually being allocated to the office of the two foremost chief executives that we have in the country. I asked this question earlier on, that if the price of, say, unga was at 50 shillings and the price of fuel was at 80 shillings, and this is the money that was being spent, would we kick a fuss? Would we complain? And the answer is no. Why? Because life would be affordable. It is the effrontery of it. Amidst what we now see, amidst the pain that is being felt, and the pain isn't a constant, it's an ever-increasing pain. We are being slapped in the face with huge amounts which are being said to be allocated to individuals who have the highest position in the country. And you're thinking, it is increasing. I thought the discussion was to decrease it because it's still expenditure. It doesn't matter how you look at it. So the optics, the reality that Peter keeps referring to may very well be there, but the optics are horrible. It's like you are spending money to do things that you think are important amidst all this pain and turmoil that we're actually experiencing. It speaks of insensitivity. It speaks of not really understanding that this is a sort of thing we do not need to be seeing. Okay? Now, the reality of investment that I keep being told about, fine. The question has to be asked, these investments we hear of a great many of them. Can we itemize the benefits that these investments have for us in the immediate term, mid-term, long-term, that sort of thing? Can we? We hear them. We hear the figures. We hear of the agreements. We hear all these things. How exactly do we benefit? Because how does that change my life today? How does that make my life improve today? And even as we think of the future, do painted a very good picture. Health, education, and you, Eric, mentioned security. Of what use is it getting all these investments when we have problems that we are actually supposed to be able to resolve internally, and all we see is those the problems increasing and not decreasing? So when we balance the pursuit of the investments and simply ensuring that our limbs are held intact together as a country, and we see that dissipating fast, and as it's dissipating, we're talking of investments. Can we also pursue how we can reinvest in our own industries that are clearly dwindling? And they're dwindling, why? Because of the same problem. Exactly.
You know, if I can see the correlation between, getting more investors into the country, opening up business that creates job opportunities, it creates, all these opportunities, it allows the government to earn more. You can see it. The question is, are they coming? Are we seeing more job opportunities being created? Are we seeing more investments opportunities being created in this country for both local investors and international investors? Because there are local investors who would be looking at they have ideas, they have ways in which they think they can finance, they can start a business. Are they being facilitated well enough to actually start those businesses? There are very many companies that are operating in this country. Are they, the factories that are here, are they operating at 100% of their capacity, or at least 80%? Many will tell you no. Many will tell you they're operating at 40% of their installed capacity. Why?
I think as I started at critiquing the government arm that is tasked with this kind of investment. When you go to Kenya Invest, there is an institution known as the Kenya Development Corporation, KDC, where I think a lady called Nora is the CEO. The work of KDC is actually, their canon duty is actually to support the local manufacturers and the local businesses. How do they do this? They have been given by law the authority to go and get money from someone who is in Belgium and wants to invest in Kenya. That someone doesn't need to come and start an industry. He comes and puts his money at the Kenya Development Corporation, and then Kenya Development Corporation will look at the viability business presentation by a Kenyan who wants to expand or who wants to start a new idea, and they would put that money there on behalf of that investors. One of the major problems, and I keep repeating here, is that when we fail to structure a communication mechanism that is able to reach these people, you have already failed in your responsibility as Kenya Development Corporation, because a producer who is producing yogurt in Limuru will not know that there is money at Kenya Development Corporation if Kenya Development Corporation does not announce that to Kenyans. In fact, I've realized that almost even the most eloquent and the most informed Kenyans I know don't know Kenya Development Corporation. They have zero idea that Kenya Development Corporation actually has money to be able to help local investors. You go to a place, I went in Siaya, where a local investor is producing barbed wire, nails and everything. He requires money. The Kenya Invest needs to pull up their socks and have an engagement that brings the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Kenya Development Corporation on one table, because the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce has the network of the manufacturers and the people who are doing business we are talking about. Most of them are their members. The Kenya Development Corporation has money from investors from outside. And if Kenya Development Corporation does not exercise its mandate, then we should see people getting fired or it being disbanded. Because the government has to own that responsibility, that even as we invite new investors to come and invest, are we addressing the issues affecting? Because today...
So what are you saying?
What I'm saying is the president needs... For the president to actually realize his dream of creating investment and expanding the tax net, he needs to crack the whip on some of these characters.
Is it misdirected focus or is it misplaced priority?
I think it is misplaced priority, if you ask me, because...
Why? For lack of awareness, or is it deliberate?
You know, I saw the president the other day lamenting that he knows more than the people who are tasked with the responsibility of knowing more than him to be able to advise him. But I think, for me, if you ask me, in my most humble opinion, that this should go beyond more than just lamentation. It should go into a place of telling Njoroge, you have been charged with this responsibility, you are not executing it, please go. But then, there's also the question is, if you have given Eric the responsibility to actually bring investment, there are two canon questions we need to ask ourselves. One, does Eric have the qualifications? Most likely that will be yes in everything, because these people go through a rigorous process. But then question number two is, does Eric have the space to actually execute his prowess in this matter? Because you will find that some of the people who are being given responsibilities in government are well qualified and within the capacity to deliver. But they do not have the opportunity and the leeway and the space.
Please explain that. I don't understand. If you've already been given a job, you have a mandate.
You see, let me tell you.
And you've been given the job by the president.
Let me tell you. You see, if today you make me your business manager, for instance, you have invited me to come and put your finances in line and tell you whether your trajectory is going up or it is going down. For me to be able to advise you accordingly on how you need to put your finances, you need to give me full access. True or not?
True.
True. Now this is the problem that is befalling this county from national government to county governments. We hire Eric because he is a media consultant and he has the expertise and he has proven that he can do this job because there is things we can actually point out he has done. But when he comes to your company, you decide you are going to limit his access, you are going to limit his authority. How then do you expect Eric to actually give you sound, very well thought advices on how you need to move forward? That is one of the things that is.
How does this limitation of access manifest itself?
It is manifesting itself in today. Look at the president. The president is moving all over, almost doing everything. Today, it is the president that is going to check on the progress of government projects. Do you know whose responsibility that is? Government delivery services. But the question is that government delivery services really enabled to actually be able to do it? Because government delivery services is receiving money not to go and build houses or to go and put brick and mortar. They are being given money to go and actually oversight. That means if the president is going to actually be himself looking at the project, it is going to be double spending. Because there is someone else who is taking home a salary.
So why is the president doing
that is why I'm saying with a lot and tremendous respect that the president needs to crack the whip.
On who? On himself?
I don't know. But the truth of the matter is, you know what we have established?
If he is the head of
Eric,
government.
what we have established
if he is the head of government.
Yes.
And the reason why you're saying that those officers that have been given work are not doing because they have not been given operating environment.
Yes.
By the appointing authority, and then the appointing authority ends up doing the work himself.
This is what I'm saying. That is why I said,
like
I said from the word
the boss should crack the whip on himself.
That's the reason, and what I said, and I will repeat it here, is that His Excellency the President must allow something called statecraft to work if he is going to govern and be able to be seen to produce results. Because today, if Eric is complaining that you gave me this job and I have no space to work, as in, if today the finality of making a decision on how money is spent in a state department is the work of a PS, the permanent secretary. He is a chief accounting officer of the department. But you will find that between the PS and the minister, who are supposed to, the minister represents the what do you call it, the policy part of that ministry. The PS represents implementation. But when you find between a PS and a minister, there are some other forces there that are not known. You can only say that the only person who can actually save himself from this embarrassment and save himself from this catastrophe that we are not able to implement what we have told Kenyans we will, it is the president himself.
You know, those two officers that you've mentioned,
yes,
are appointed not by any other person.
Yes.
By law.
Yes.
They are appointed by the president.
Yes.
They serve solely at the pleasure
of the president.
Now, if those two are being hindered from working by some external force, that external force can only have been placed there by the president.
I think I can only...
If there is any other body that could place that external force at such a high place, these two officers would be able to repulse it.
I think I can only...
The cabinet secretary
at that point, I can only be responsible for what I'm saying.
I only answer to one person.
Yeah, but
and
what
this person has not given me this instruction.
Yes.
And I don't know you. Get out of my office. Yes. If the PS and the CS cannot say that, it means that they know that this person also has the authority of the president.
So essentially...
Is that what you're saying?
What I am saying is this. One, we established that there is a problem.
Yeah.
That one we have established. We have also established that this problem can be dealt at the root source, where the appointing authority stays, called the president. And I am saying that if these issues and the problems that we are facing today are going to be resolved, There is no other person that is going to resolve. I don't want to point fingers here, but I'm saying there is a problem, and we cannot hide our face under the fact that there is a problem. And this problem, the root source of these problems are coming from appointees of the president. And therefore, the only person who can actually provide solutions for this country, it is His Excellency the President. And I have said the whips needs to be cracked, because at the end of the day, the person who is going to be answerable to Kenyans is not the appointment, the appointees. It is the president who is appointing. And this is the person Kenyans on last year went to the ballot and accorded him the privilege of serving them as their president.
Do you think he's aware of this problem, this rot?
I want to believe that my president is very intelligent. So there is no reason why he should not be aware of it.
So he's aware?
Yes.
He's aware of the problem. Yes. Do you think he's aware of the solution?
I also think he is.
Okay. So he's aware of both the problem
and the solution. As to the time frame on how he needs to deal with it, I cannot speak about it. But I want to believe that he was elected the president because I believe I elected a man that is intelligent enough to know there is a problem, and intelligent enough to know there is a solution, and intelligent enough to actually make sure that that solution comes. Maybe,
Maybe
only time.
That intelligence is where the
problem. No. I'm not talking about. As I said again, I am only responsible for what I say.
Peter, in your capacity as a director of the Konza Technopolis,
yes,
has the board come across situations where they have purpose to do something, they've planned for it, maybe even have gotten funds for it, but then suddenly found that implementing it doesn't quite go the way they thought it would go?
Yes.
Precisely. Now, if that can happen at the level of the Konza, do you think that also at the national level, when it comes to government, you can have a situation where the president purposes certain things, he sets it in motion, even thinks it's going to work that way, appoints people and thinks it's going to work. Then when it comes to implementation, suddenly finds this thing isn't quite going the way I actually thought.
Yes, those situations will have, because let me tell you, an investor comes at Konza, tells you I want to invest 2 billion. But when you go at the stage where you do what is called the due diligence of that person, you will find that person is not doing what they told you they do in their country. And you have a reason to believe they will not do what they are saying they will do in Konza, they will do with something else. And that is why I have said, one of the things, and I repeated here, and the president should and those who talk to him every day should be able to let the president know. The president has paid his political debts.
With his appointments?
With his appointments. But beyond paying the debt, there is that ability to execute the mandate that you have been given. And this is what I am saying, that at this time, His Excellency the President is... Today, if you look at the Kenyans, I think Sydney needs to go out there to know that Kenyans are critical enough, because we are moving right, left, and every center. Kenyans are critiquing how this government is working. And
this is the thing, Peter. And I think, again, here we are saying that, it's already been established. The president knows what he's doing.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Made appointments, and says, okay, these people that I've put in these positions ought to be getting the job done.
Yes.
I don't care what you found there before. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you're in the driving seat. After all, if you get into the carriage and you're now telling the horse to go in this direction, you're not asking that horse, where did you come from yesterday? You're saying, let's move. This is where we are going. But there's some fundamental things that if they're not working, one then must ask, why are we having a show? Essentially, we're just watching things happen or not happen. And why then do we see these things not happening in the manner in which we hope they should? And if these appointments were made and things under that ambit are not falling into place, then one who made the decision, why wouldn't they not be able to crack the whip and say, let's either get this thing done or you move? We're still dancing around issues, still courting the girl instead of saying, let's go.
I think you also need to give it to the president that Mushendo was given a job, and he has been given 1 year to actually show that he can do the job. And in 1 year, Mushendo's performance is below par. Then the only reasonable thing to do is to ask Mushendo to step aside and bring in people. The president has given the current people appointed 1 full year to actually put their house in order. And I am saying this without fear of compromise or whatever. For me, in my own humble opinion, it is time for the president to crack the whip. Because we cannot continue like this. Every day we come here, I am here with the 3 of you. There is not, this government...
There's nothing changing.
No. Again, I am responsible for what I am saying. I'm only responsible for what I say, not what Eric is saying. You see, it is not true that there is nothing happening in this government.
So what did you want to say?
There are things that could say. What I'm saying is, we have seen people in communication fail, because that we cannot hide under the face and say that the communication system in this government is working, because communication is communicating what government is saying. I've said this from the word go. If you miss it in communication, because this government, with all fairness, there are things that are happening, but those that are not happening have a very advanced effect on Kenyans, that they are not able to see what is happening. That is the work of the communication to mirror to Kenyans what exactly is happening. That one, we need to look at it. Number 2, we also need to look at the most essential things that matters to Kenyans. Are they being handled in the best way? It is sad. It is becoming difficult for head teachers to manage schools.
It's not becoming difficult. It is impossible.
No. But you cannot say it is impossible because we have kids sitting. No. You cannot say it is impossible.
No. Sorry, Peter. On that one, I won't allow you to go beyond that one. Because look, we are not talking about a situation whereby they can handle. We're talking about they have said with their mouths.
But they have been given...
Hold on. No. That it is impossible for them to continue. And what has happened as a result of that? That you have then seen an increase on the amount of money that parents have to bring to school. Why is that? Because they have not received capitation. It's very simple. No, we're not talking about a matter of maybe, perhaps. That is the situation. Yes. And what have they told us as of last week? Maybe you didn't know, but they told us as of last week, come January 2024, they've not been able to receive certain things. Suppliers have said they are not doing anymore. But it is not a matter of try.
But also you guys.
Peter, hold on.
Yes, you guys must execute the coin at both sides.
Peter, it is not a matter of they are managing. It is a matter of they have said very clearly they cannot do it anymore. And because of that, they've told it's either parents bring more money or we don't operate. It's simple.
You see, the reason I think for me that even as media we also need to be true to ourselves. I would want us to have another discussion where I come with a very huge file of something called I'm looking for the wording that the Auditor General uses, management letters. When an Auditor General comes and does an audit in a school or in a government institution, before printing the final report, he sends a letter that is known as the management letter to every institution to actually show how he will tell you in that management letter, you said you spent 20,000 on this, but you did not provide evidence of receipting and everything. Today, as you actually sit here and we want our kids to go to school, Eric, let us have an honest conversation. Some of the most mismanaged money, and I will give you a list of management letters to institutions, head teachers, misusing money, capitation money. They cannot be able to explain to the Auditor General how they have spent money. And that then advises somebody that is called the controller of budget on how to release the money. So
that's not the reason why they're not releasing capitation, Peter.
I would want you to look at every single management letter
so you have,
that has gone out. It is public document.
You have information.
It is public. In fact, that is a public document.
Peter,
I am not in any way saying that should be the reason to actually mistreat our kids.
Are you saying?
No, let me tell you. Look, one of the most misused money is capitation money.
It's a simple question, Peter.
Yes.
Are you saying the reason why money has not left Treasury for capitation is because
I'm saying with the same passion that you are fighting for this capitation to go to these head teachers and schools, with the same passion, let us ask them, why are they the people who have mismanaged the capitation money?
You should have been in the room when I'm here complaining about why do we have schools that don't exist in the system, in NEMI system, whereby money is supposed to be paid to schools that don't exist.
That is what I have asked. I need to have the list of those schools that don't exist.
Peter, I need you to breathe for 2 seconds so that you don't have a coronary. Listen to what I'm saying. In as much as I'm saying at this point that it is absolutely necessary for capitation to go because that is your mandate. It is not a request. It is what you are constitutionally bound by to provide education for the country's children. I am also with the same passion and vehemence saying it is not possible to allow the kind of impunity and corruption that we see when it comes to mismanaging the NEMI system, whereby you now come and tell us that this school needs capitation, whereby it doesn't exist. I will be as passionate on both sides. However, I'm asking you a simple question, and it really requires a yes or no. Are you saying the reason why capitation as we see it today for third term has not been sent out is because there has been previous mismanagement of the capitation that was sent out before? Is that what you're saying?
It's part of the reason, I think.
That's the reason why?
Yeah.
My goodness.
Yes. One of the common denominator in the management reports to institutions of learning, it is the misuse of that money together with the suppliers.
Let's take a break.
Even as you talk about government failing, which we cannot hide under the face, it is failing on its responsibilities. Let's not come and adore the heads of these institutions.
Those
as
are government employees.
Yes.
Let's talk about government.
They are the people who are going out
Government
there to say that they are unable to manage.
Government elected
school.
people, government school, government minister, government board.
Yes.
Government.
Then don't put them as the victim here.
Who?
The teacher.
The victim is the child. The victim is the children.
Yes, then
25 minutes to 10.
Let us quantify the problem in our capitation funding equally, and do not look like government is just failing, because the moment you can't actually say how you have spent your money, you have no right to ask for more.
What is Peter Mushendo saying?
Peter, deep breath.
What are you saying?
He's saying government is failing.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's critical that people pay taxes, but then to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it.
All right, we're looking at sunny conditions in Nairobi. Partly cloudy, we'll go to highs of 27 and lows of 17. Into Nakuru, it's mostly sunny at 19 with highs of 25. 25 will also be the high in a partly sunny Nyeri at 20. And we're looking at sunny conditions at 19 in Eldoret with highs of 24 and lows of 14. It's sunny this morning in Mombasa with highs of 31 and lows of 25, while Malindi will see highs of 29 and highs of 31 and lows of 25. Kisumu is sunny at 24 with highs of 29, and Kakamega going to highs of 28 will see lows of 16. Kampala is cloudy after the rain with highs of 29 and lows of 19, and Dar es Salaam is sunny at 28 with highs of 30 and lows of 24. Mogadishu 29 and mostly sunny, and it's partly sunny at 17 in Addis. 6 degrees and cloudy in Johannesburg with highs of 9, and Lagos is cloudy at 27 with highs of 32, while Kinshasa will see sunny conditions with highs of 32 and lows of 24. We're looking to a sunny Beijing at 23 and lows of 10, and Paris heavy rain at 10 with highs of 14. It's cloudy in London at 10, going to highs of 15, and cloudy at 12 in New York Sunday night, going to highs of 19 and lows of 6 coming into Monday.
Spice up your life.
All right, where are we? Coming to the end of traffic hour in a short while. We're looking at minutes to it, and Uhuru Highway is looking a lot better than it was going into the CBD out towards Westlands. The Thika Superhighway, much better. Look where we're going to have a little bit of an issue there this morning, but it's more or less cleared up. The Pangani Underpass is where we'll see the most of it right about now. Limuru Road is busy still, and apart from that, I think that's about the size of it. Keep an eye on things through the morning. Help us out, SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice F.
Continue.
Peter.
Yeah.
You said that. What happened? No, look, and I think that we need to take there's certain things that we need to be, really serious about and call out. You've said yourself, Peter, that it's necessary that the whip be cracked. For me, there's no reason why certain things should not happen. There's no explanation that we should be giving at this point where certain basic fundamental things are not happening, and if we can give excuses all day long, but it's very clear that if that whip that you talk about is not cracked, then things will not happen. But unacceptable as far as I'm concerned why certain things are not rolling out the manner in which they are. And the question then becomes, what needs to be done to make that happen? You yourself have said, if it's not happening, get these folks out of here and let's do something else. Let's get other people who will be able to come in and get it done. One wrong, two wrongs never make a right.
Yes.
They don't.
Yes.
And we cannot say that because this has been happening, therefore you will not do what is your duty in order of the law in terms of constitution and right is for children. And I continue to say, call it government, call it head teachers, call it Ministry of Education. The person who continues to suffer on a daily basis, when you look at education, for example, is the student, is that child who's supposed to be going to school. You don't do your medical services. The person who suffers is the one who is ill and walks into hospital today and does not get treatment. Not because it is not available, but because somebody doesn't want to make sure that the due diligence is not done. The person who unfortunately has to live in the forest because where they live, the insecurity is so high and nothing has been done about it. And then we ask ourselves, who is the victim? The country? The people are the victim. And my cry always is for the people to say, what happens to them? When we want to do this politics and run around and not want to call things out as they are, the children suffer, the sick suffer. The disadvantaged because of security, they suffer. And until and unless we put the value on those, we will be singing this same song forever.
I think it's also important when we talk about this issue. Let's also talk them from point of fact. Fact number one is that the government has released the entire 89.48 billion shillings meant for the 2022-2023 primary school education. 89.48 billion shillings for the financial year 2022-2023 has been fully been released. Fact number 2, from January to date where we are, the government has already disbursed $68 billion shillings for the education. And just to
Which
bring
education?
that is for the entire free primary school education this term. And I need for you to actually confirm if I'm telling the truth. This term, the government has released number 1, 16.1 billion for JSS and 7.9 billion shillings for this term. That term has already been dispersed to schools.
Is that the full budget?
Yes. No. I am telling you.
So,
I'm telling you.
You're telling us. I'm just asking from
yes.
what you're saying.
Yes.
What is the full budget for JSS for that term?
The JSS for that term, I think they have a deficit of about 2 billion, if I'm not mistaken.
What is the full budget for JSS for that?
For the JSS, I don't know. Don't have the fact of the full budget
against what has been released.
I'm coming to the fact that the insinuation was that there is no money that has been released for that term.
You need 1,000 shillings for rent,
yes,
for electricity,
yes,
for this and the other.
Yes.
If I send 60 bob to you, can I sit back and say, but I've sent better money for his upkeep?
You see, we are coming from, before we actually deviate from the very reason I have come with that fact. The reason I have sought for those facts from the Minister of Education, it is because the insinuation is that nothing has been released. And that is not factual.
You know what? The money that was released in third term was not for third term, and that's what you need to understand here.
This is what I'm asking you.
You need to get it.
Let me tell you.
No, hold on.
Yes.
I can send you money today, and it is for this schedule, but I owed you money for second term. What do you think it's going to go to?
You see, let's be factual. Let's be factual. Point number 1, the government has no balance for the the government has no balance for the financial year 2022-2023.
Did you hear my question?
I am getting to answer your question. To answer your question.
Meaning the government has no balance.
The government does not have a balance for 2022-2023. How does our budget process work?
Which means no balance for term 1 and term 2.
That's what I'm saying. Term 2, part of term 2. Now, the reason why the government would accumulate balances at term 2, it is the basic and obvious reasons on how our budget system works. We pass our budget, we actually put it in our integrated financial management system for it to start functioning, and the process dictates that the balances that were in term 2 would be put forward into term 3. Now, if the argument is that we need to come up with better systems to ensure that there is no gap in funding, that is a discussion we can have. But we cannot, with all honesty,
No.
Why?
The government.
Yes.
The government.
Yes.
Is the one that creates the academic calendar.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It knows the academic calendar follows the calendar.
Yes.
A calendar year.
Yes.
And it also knows that it funds that calendar using the financial calendar.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
So the government knows very well that I should not have any gap that interrupts services. Everything is funded using the financial calendar. But there's no time when you hear that salaries were delayed because, we are in June, July, now you're in the new financial year, budget. We don't. Why should we hear this about education?
Are you aware?
Why should we hear
Are
this?
you aware because of the same things we also delayed salaries for this year, for that month?
It was not for that same thing.
No.
What
was it? Yes.
We were told by the government it was because of a cash crunch, because of paying loan. That's what the government said.
Yes.
That's why previous years we don't have a perennial problem.
Have we allowed ourselves before getting emotional about the subject, Eric? How much capitation deficit did the current government have? It would advise you to know why there is a delay in coming and fulfilling the actual capitation.
You can call it current government, you can call it previous government.
Yes.
As far as I'm concerned,
yes,
children are going to school.
Yes.
The government has said term 2 starts here, term 2 ends here. Term 3 starts here, term 3 ends here. By the time the schools are opening, you expect that all the money that is required to start that term should be in place.
That's what I'm
at
asking.
least
Yes.
for the beginning. You know, you can say, let me fund you first of all for the first 3 weeks. And then by the time you get into the third week, I'll send you money for the rest of it. But that is the problem that we've been having with our education system. And that is why head teachers have been raising these issues. That is why the issue of school fees becomes a big issue. It's because of the delays in funding. It happens with the counties, it has happened with other sectors. But the issue is children that are opening school and going to school, should they be going through this inconvenience?
You see,
we can call whatever justification you want to call it.
No, it's
or whatever.
Not, it is not justification. You see, the critic right now is on how this current government is actually handling education.
Yes.
You cannot be fair or be objective in critiquing what is the government is doing now without looking at what is the backlog that they have found on the education sector.
Okay.
Do your simple look how much backlog of capitation that the current State Department for Education has found in the school.
Okay.
And these are questions. If you remember at the questioning of Berio Kipsang when he was being appointed the PS Basic Education
for a second time.
These are the questions that were being asked by Parliament. Why do we have such a backlog on capitation? And today, the only backlog currently the government has is for that term.
And that's okay?
It is not okay. I have not said anywhere it is okay. But I'm just trying to have an objective criticism of government that, yes, we can have a discussion on the funding model of education that does not have a gap in funding. That schools or health or education needs to be seamless in terms of funding. Nobody should have an argument that it is based on the fact that there was no money or the budget process did and that. In that argument, we can have that argument. But for now, let's not just demonize this government.
Hold on. When did that term begin?
On the 9th of September.
In September?
Yeah.
Yes.
That is how many months into the new academic year? Into new financial year? July, August, September,
months, yeah.
The third month of the financial year. Why do we have a backlog? Was the budget passed?
Yes.
Was money appropriated for this?
Yes.
So why do we have a backlog?
You see, if you look at how the backlog from the previous government was structured in this new government, the government was very clear it is unable to clear that backlog at once. So, with the budgeting of the new academic year, they continue to clear the backlog that was there. That means that this would affect the actual full disbursement of this education. From next year, January, we are going to start without any backlog because the money that is remaining in this term is going to be paid together with the money that is going to start the next term.
Peter.
And the minister and the PS have undertaken to do this
before
this year ends.
Can I surprise you? Let me surprise you with something.
Yes.
In July this year, not 2017.
2023.
This year.
Yes.
The same people that you're speaking of
yes.
also promised in 2 weeks' time.
Yes. Yes.
We are going to release capitation. By this time, we had come back from half term. We had come back from half term, second term, into the term, and they were still talking about release of capitation. Now, what you're doing on their behalf is that you're promising so that everybody be very okay that, in fact, we have extra money. So come January, everything is going to be okay. Hold on. Meanwhile, head teachers have already told us, you know what they've said? In 2024, we have no choice but to increase the school fees that you people will be paying. Because we already know that we have some money that suppliers have run away from us, high cost of living. Hold on now. I don't know why you're
When
running.
you say the teacher will increase school fees,
they've already told us
emotions over nothing.
Why is it whipping
It's
emotions?
whipping emotions because the head teacher does not work and study the framework of the Minister of Education.
What are you talking about?
That's the truth. It is as simple as that.
The head teacher is the same
The head
one
teacher cannot introduce money that is not okayed by the Ministry of
but you
Education.
can.
You know, let us not live like we don't live in this country.
The same country that we live in. Peter, even if
how do we fund our development budget in the country?
Even if your voice raises to 100 decibels, it still remains the same thing here. That what we're talking about here. Hold on.
You
that in the
whip
same
emotions.
I'm not whipping
taking people through the process on how we fund our development budget.
This is not about whipping emotions. The truth of the matter is that
it's
the
whipping
children,
emotions. If you ask me,
no, it is a reality that if children show up to school, having not paid school fees, the head teacher says you go home. How is that whipping emotions?
You know, it is because there is an existing laws in the school that do not allow a head teacher to introduce
you
school
just
fees.
Said we are living in Kenya.
No, that's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. Then don't come portraying head teachers as innocent and as holy as they are. These are the people who have misused this capitation.
Who has
it
done
is
that?
Given, but they don't give it. They want to whip the emotions. Let me tell you.
Who has made head teachers look angelic?
Yes. Let me tell you. How do we fund our development budget? The entire Ministry of Education is not funded by any donor. The money that goes to the Ministry of Education comes from something called the consolidated account, where every payment that we pay as tax goes. Now, when the money for tax goes to the consolidated account, the first withdrawal of that money goes into paying our external and internal debts that have matured. Then, the rest of the money is now used for the development budget, where the money for the Ministry of Education comes from. We are here as Kenyans. Last time we had a discussion on how we are overtaxing Kenyans. Then the Kenya Revenue Authority, because of the approach that we gave as a country, has missed its target by quite a huge chunk of money. But we don't want to go through that process on why the Ministry of Education is not able to meet its responsibilities, because the Ministry of Education receives money from Exchequer, and that is from the consolidated account, where that consolidated account is fed by money collected by KRA, which we have incited Kenyans not to pay tax, and KRA has missed its mark. But we want to come here, whip emotions. The government is not going to do this, is not doing this. But we do not want to explain the process to people. And when you say that the head teachers have said they will increase school fees.
Your mic is off. Your mic is off. So stop. So first of all, the Kenya Revenue Authority is not collecting zero tax. The Kenya Revenue Authority is collecting tax. Are we together? Mm-hmm. The amount of money that they told us that they've collected in the first quarter of this year is more than they collected in the first quarter of the last financial year. So they're collecting more, even though they are short of the target, which was an extremely overambitious target. But let's not go into that argument. Sawa. Mm-hmm. The Ministry of Education, like all other ministries, are financed from the National Treasury and their programs, and they follow a laid-down budget. Mm-hmm. The budget for the Ministry of Education is the highest after we come from security-related matters. Mm-hmm. It's highest. Mm-hmm. And we all know why. We have free basic primary education, free day secondary education, and also other support that goes in, and that's where the capitation comes in.
Yes.
And money is to be released to finance these operations. And that's why the minister keeps saying, do not increase school fees because the money is coming. Okay?
Yes.
Now we are all in this country. Has there been delays and consistent delays in disbursement of this money that's supposed to be supporting our education? You and I have said, yes, it has been.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Now, is that delay justified? That is where now we come in. You say, the delay we can understand, but we are saying, why should children understand a delay that affects the quality of education that they're receiving?
This is where the issue is.
Yes.
If we say that we have closed third term,
yes,
and the money that should have been used to finance that term was not sent to the schools, how do we expect that the schools have operated in third term? Which means that when we start January, the money they will receive is to pay back for the arrears of third term, not to support them to finance first term of 2024. Is that how our system is structured? It's not. So why are we here? Those are the questions we are asking. So we remove the emotion and all, and just be very objective and say, is this how it should be?
Yes, let me tell you. When we said that we are giving the Ministry of Education 628 billion in this financial year, because that is the share they are going to have, that share is based on a budgeting process that starts, as I said, on February. It is based on what the finance bill is proposing to correct. We have given money to other state departments and everything. So when KRA misses its revenue, intended revenue correction, its mark, because it is Kenya Revenue Authority that advises on the finance bill on how much they intend to correct. When they miss their point, it means that every single state department will also miss.
And that is when you have such a situation, even in your home, Peter, you then start prioritizing.
And that is
am I going to fuel the Mercedes?
That is what I'm saying.
Or am I going to take a matatu? Am I going to buy nyama, or am I going to buy sukuma? What is our priority as a country? If the highest item is education.
It is boiling down to how you people structure your reporting. The reporter at the Business Daily has opted to look at the 750-something million being given to the Deputy President, but in that supplementary budget okayed by the Cabinet.
Actually, it's the Deputy President's spouse.
Spouse, whichever the case. in that Cabinet, in that supplementary budget that was okayed by Cabinet about 3 weeks ago, or thereabout, there is reallocation of money to ensure that that deficit at the Ministry of Education is taken. Please,
the problem is not deficit. The problem is sending the money.
No, that is what I'm telling you. That is what I'm telling you. No.
We'll see you tomorrow. It's 10 a.m. Time for us to leave.
That is what I'm telling you. Look at the supplementary budget critically.
Good morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. KCPE and KIPSE national exams have kicked off today. Nyeri County Commissioner Onesmus Kiatha has advised the stakeholders to give the candidates a chance to do their exams calmly. Kiatha has given a stern warning to those trying to cheat.
Niomba kwamba tukuwe na ushirikiano na tupatie watoto wetu nafasi kufanya mtihani. Tutarajii kukuwa na visa vya udanganyifu, na ule atajaribu